surreal, doesn't it?
Number 29, comply. You're getting rid of me.
Yeah.
Yay.
Add picture.
That's it. Monique, you all set?
Ready.
All right. Good morning. My name is Kevin Wagner, and I'm the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate for today's hearing. I want to begin by explaining how the process is going to work. I typically hear the building cases, code cases first on the agenda, and then the city will call the cases in the order in which they appear on the agenda. If you have appeared at today's hearing, your case will be called before those cases where no one else has appeared. Once your case is called, I ask you to come down to the podium on my right-hand side, which is right over there. The city will put on its testimony and evidence first. You will have an opportunity to review that evidence and to ask questions of any of the city's witnesses. You will also have the opportunity to testify and present me with your own evidence. Once I have the testimony and evidence, I will make a ruling. I will also enter a written order either today at the hearing or in the next few days, which you will receive a copy of. If you have any questions as we go through the process, please feel free to ask them. This is not a formal courtroom. The formal rules of evidence do not apply here. Now, although this is not a formal courtroom, all testimony is given under oath under penalty of perjury. If you're going to testify or think you may testify, or there's a possibility that you might testify, would you please now rise and raise your right hand and I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Florida? Please be seated. City can call your first case.
First case number 13608 Washington Road, CE 190201313, number 13608 Washington.
Good morning. My name is Tim Large. I'm the Chief Plumbing Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was initially cited for building code violations without permits on February 2nd of this year. We do have proper service through certified mail, return receipt, and also with a posting of the property. To date, none of these violations have been addressed with the application of permits to cover this work. The city is requesting that all permits be issued within 14 days or face a $250 a day fine.
Can you tell me what permits are outstanding?
Outstanding would be electrical, building, mechanical, and plumbing.
And you personally observed that there was work on the property that required permits in those areas?
Yes, sir. Actually, the inspector, I had one of my inspectors go down there yesterday and meet with a contractor who has other permits that they're working on at this property and went over everything that would be required for this. He's been in touch with that contractor a couple other times. So the owner and the contractor is aware of what's required, but we haven't seen any forward progress on this at all.
And 14 days is a sufficient amount of time to obtain those permits?
It should be. With the amount of time that we've given them since February and they haven't done anything at all at this point, that's why I'd like to have a close time frame in order for them to get this done.
All right, in case CE1, well, for the record, is anyone here on behalf of the respondent? All right, in case CE 190201313, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of Code Sections 105.1, 109.4, and FBC 107.1. Respondent has 14 days to obtain the permits or fine the amount of $250 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Number 121111 35th Street, CE 190200256, number 121111 35th Street.
You're over there. Morning. Dan Kempa, Electrical, City of West Palm Beach. The city would be in agreement on this case with the owner to enter into a stipulation. The property owner, current property owner, apparently purchased a piece of property that had outstanding applied for permits that she wasn't aware of, and when she tried to get power restored to the structure, it was discovered, and she didn't understand that becomes her responsibility. So we would be willing to give her additional time to get permits and inspections on the work that was done interior without the issued permits that were only applied for, and the ball stopped, but the work was done with the previous owner.
So the work is done, it just needs to be inspected and permitted?
Pardon me?
Sorry, the work is done, it just needs to be inspected and permitted?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Margie.
You have to speak up a little bit. I don't hear as well as I
Margie?
used to. Margine?
Yeah, Margie.
Okay.
Margie. And I'm here on behalf of, it's my brother-in-law, Helmer Barrios, which is in here today. So.
Are you an attorney, or are you just
No,
representing as a family
I'm just
member?
representing a family member, yes.
How much time do you want to give?
We would be willing to do 45 days.
Ma'am, the city is asking me for an order finding that there's a violation on the property and giving you 45 days to correct. Is that sufficient for you?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Is there anything else you want to tell me, or do you have any objection to that order?
No, not at this time.
All right, in case CE 19020256, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 105.1 and FPC 110.3. Give the respondent 45 days to bring the property into compliance. You didn't ask for a fine amount. Did you have one in mind?
$50 a day.
Or a fine of up to $50 per day may issue. So you have 45 days, but you should take advantage of that, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Number 119-432 LA Kirksey Street, CE 18120064.
Did you say 119? That was only 118 cases.
It stands.
Take it back. Yeah, I got it.
This is for a request for an extension of time.
Good morning, again. This property was in violation for non-permitted work. The city entered into a stipulation as of this day. The permit for the electrical on the front structure has not been secured, and no inspections have been requested.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Michael Perry?
And you're the owner of the property, sir?
I am, yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, the violations were for interior remodel. And I've had an inspection that says that I did no remodeling inside that requires a permit for a
All right,
water
you have
heater.
to slow down and speak up.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I apologize.
It's okay.
The violations were for an interior remodel. I've had an inspection. I have the thing here that says no interior remodeling done that requires a permit. It was for a water heater, which I have closed out. And I was supposed to allow the city access to see the panel, which I did. The gentleman came out and he said that I had a new panel and new wires. I tried to contact the head of electrical to see what they wanted me to do. Kind of felt like I was getting the runaround a little bit, so I contacted some more contractors, and they came out and said that the panel was not new, and here we are. And it wasn't part of my original stipulations to do anything with the electrical, just to let them take a look at it.
Wait, hold on a sec. So what's the problem here? At least from the city's point of view?
This call came in originally back last year from the public that there was unpermitted work going on at the property. I answered the complaint. I went by the property and I was able to view inside of the front structure, open walls with new wiring being installed. So I wrote the violation, and I couldn't see everything that was inside, but it appeared to me that there was a remodel in progress. So I wrote the violation, including all trades with the request to have interior access to inspect, to verify, other than what I could see from the outside, which was the electrical. Apparently, he had a building inspector come by at some point and say there was no renovation, but I saw new wiring going in, and then we finally got access for the electrical inspection, and another inspector went there, and he discovered new wiring in the switch boxes, new wiring into the panel, and verified that there was what I had seen with open walls, and apparently it got covered before we were able to have access. But this, we didn't get access for probably 8 months. So, but when we finally did, there is what I observed, new circuitry, and what he apparently observed as a new electrical panel installed. But it wasn't me that was there, so I don't know. I just know that he got in there and he called me and told me what he discovered.
So what is it that the city believes needs to be done at this point?
Get an electrical permit for interior wiring, whatever he did.
And your argument is that you don't need to do that?
I acquired the property in September, so any electrical was pre-existing. The property was registered as a chronic nuisance, and it had some interior damage to walls. I rehung all the fixtures, and I changed out the outlets, which I'm allowed to do. The gentleman came in and said that the wires were new at the inspection, but they also had access to it in December because there was a fire in one of the back units, and the city signed off on the electrical being okay to turn back on. And I had a contractor go in there and say everything was safe as well, which they required before they would turn my electric on. So I don't believe I have to do anything. I've asked the city what they want me to do, and they haven't given me a clear answer. They said have an electrical contractor call the city, they'll tell the contractor. All the contractors wanted to be engaged before that would happen. They said they should be able to tell you what they want you to do.
What are you, when you say we turn the electric on to the back structure?
Front and back.
Well, this violation occurred before the fire in the back. This was already ongoing, and then you had the fire in the back,
And since then, you said it was okay to turn
and
the
then
power
the thing
on.
got all convoluted and mixed up
Mhm.
because you were doing work on the back for the fire under fire permit, and things were being just mixed up between the front unit and the back unit, and nothing ever got done with the front unit.
You asked for an affidavit for the front building from an electrical contractor to make sure everything was safe and good to turn on.
May I interrupt for a moment, Special Magistrate?
Please do.
Is it my understanding that we're here on a case that previously went to hearing, entered into a stipulation, is past the compliance date for stipulation, is running fines because at this point, building believes there's not been compliance? If that's so, I'm not sure that we should be re-arguing some of this stuff, and the gentleman, the owner, once he's come into compliance, if he's eligible, he can file for lien reduction and state his mitigation at that point.
Is there a running fine in this case already?
Is there?
He's asking for an extension.
He says there is. So if I could, though, just the original hearing was for inspections for interior remodel. Done. Closing out water heater permit. Done. And stairs, which are part of an insurance thing, and it's in
Hold
the
on just a
stipulation.
second so I understand procedurally where we are. So who asked for this hearing? Was it you that asked for this hearing?
For an extension for the stairs, because the stairs are insurance related, and they're waiting for the insurance to pay out.
All right, so the findings, so so the city's attorney's point is good. I'm not going to relitigate the underlying issues here. The question, so you filed this hearing because you want an extension over what?
For the stairs, which is the last thing to do, because everything else on my violation has been taken care of except for the stairs.
Well, the city doesn't appear to agree with you, but I'm not going to reach that issue today. So what's the issue on the stairs?
I don't know. What's the issue with the stairs?
That's insurance related, and I'm waiting for the insurance payout. When we made our agreement, it said that you would grant me extensions on the stairs because of the insurance.
That's been going on for what now? 8 months? The
Uh,
stairs since the fire?
Since the fire, which was December 18th,
How much time do you need? How much are you asking me for?
I'd like another 90 days to complete the stairs.
What's the city's position on 90 days?
It's already been since last September. The insurance company isn't paying you?
There's a whole story there that's kind of crazy, you won't believe, but the bank didn't pay the insurance company, so I had to go after the bank, which then created a new insurance policy dating back to the date of the loss. And now that it's moving forward, I should have it, they say, sometime in July.
Tell you what I'll do. In case CE 18120064, I'll give you an extension of 60 days on the stairs. If you feel like you need more, you can come back and ask whoever the special magistrate is there then. All right.
Number 4, 740 47th Street, CE 19060444. Number 4, 740 47th Street.
Go ahead.
All right, Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on 6/25. Notice was sent, notice of violation was sent out. Certified mail on 6/25 as well. The property was cited for clean and sanitary, rooming house, interior repairs, plumbing repairs that were done without a permit, and extermination. I did make contact with the homeowner yesterday, and the city is requesting an additional 45 days to come into compliance and $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Jim Delvecchio. Unfortunately, looks like my tenant allowed somebody to stay there, and we're in the middle of doing a right of possession to evict this person, who's been unfortunately calling the city, making complaints about rodents and things like that. I sent them a clearance. I have a monthly service that goes there, takes care of everything. Also, too, for some reason they're saying.
Before we get any further,
yes.
EPD Holding LLC, is that
Yes.
your company?
Yes.
And you're the owner of that company?
Myself and my wife.
Okay. And so that company owns this property. You lease it typically?
Yes.
Okay. And there's currently somebody in there that's subleasing it without your permission, is that it?
Well, yeah, we just found that out. So right away we gave them a 7-day cure notice to vacate this person. I met a police officer there who apparently knows a lot more about what's going on than myself. She was very helpful. And the 7-day cure has not been done, and we're moving forward with an eviction. I have the copy with the attorney that we're moving forward to evict this person. I talked to Mr. Thompson. I'd authorized my tenant to change some tile and change some fixtures. He, trying to be a good tenant, went a little bit too far, and unfortunately, unbeknownst to me, did a little bit much more work. I talked to the Attilio Bilal yesterday. I guess there was a stop work order, but the person who's unauthorized to be there squatting has been hiding everything. So it just came to my attention yesterday about the stop work order. So I called the city right away, building department, we talked. Right now I can't gain access to the property because if I go there, he calls the police, says I'm threatening him. I'll save you all of that. So it's going to take me a little bit to evict him and get the permits closed, applied for and closed. So I'm actually asking, because of the eviction situation, I don't know how long that's going to take. I'm actually asking for 90 days to bring everything in compliance. Everything else is brought into compliance on the list. I have a copy of my lease. There's only 4 people authorized to be at the property. This 5th person is being evicted and gone, and that's it.
So you want 45, he wants 90. How do you feel about his 90?
I'm fine with it.
All right. If you're in agreement, I'm in agreement. Case CE 19060444, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 90 days to bring the property into compliance or a fine of up to $200 per day may issue. Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's a copy of your order. Number 72615 South Dixie Highway, CE 19070216. Number 72615 South Dixie.
Somebody here from PL Ventures of West Palm Beach?
Good morning.
Go ahead.
My name is Louise. I am the Environmental Compliance Specialist for the City of West Palm. This property was posted, 2615 South Dixie was posted on July 11th. I've noticed that there is a car wash that is, I guess, subletting from the Chevron gas station. Spoke to the owner of the gas station this morning. He wasn't sure anybody was going to be here to represent him. He's kind of upset that he didn't realize that the car wash was illicitly discharging. I observed employees washing again to the storm drain. I had spoken to the owner, the owner of the car wash, and he explained to him he can't have the car wash, soap suds going down into the storm drain. He told me he was going to take care of it. He would take care of it. A week would go by. Again, I'd go past, and it was going right down to the storm drain. So this is the last time. I couldn't give him any more chances, and I posted the property, so.
Okay.
What does he actually need to do?
He has a berm put up, but he's washing on the other side of the berm. I told him to put the berm up. He washed on the other side of the berm, so that didn't help. And then he had socks, absorbent socks around the storm drain, and that's no longer there. I told him all the things that he could do.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Yes, my name is Angela Delia.
So tell me what's going on.
Okay, I am here not to argue anything that has been said, but just to resolve these circumstances, find out what I need to do in order to comply. I am Fan's wife. He's out of the country right now, so I am prepared to go out and get whatever materials that I need and to speak with whomever we have. Sometimes my brother is down there helping and so forth, and put some operational standards in place so that they know what they need to do when they're there and the car wash is operating. But before I go out and spend that money, I just want to make sure that the materials that I buy are sufficient, and I want to make sure that I understand the standard of what we're to operate. So I just understood you say that, you know, he put up the barrier, so he really should only be
Well,
washing
what I'll do
cars.
is I'll direct the code officer
Sorry.
who has a moment after the hearing to
Yes.
to talk with you.
Oh,
so
okay,
that she can,
thank you.
I mean, I explained this to him more than 5 times.
Well, it's probably worth one more explanation. What remedy are you seeking?
Excuse me?
What's the remedy you're seeking?
$50 a day until it's,
How many days for compliance?
you talking to me?
Yes.
How many days to comply?
Yes.
Till they stop doing it.
No, you have to. I have to give them in the order a reasonable amount of time to comply.
Oh,
So
I
I'm
would
asking
say
you what you recommend.
30 days. I mean, it is irreparable and irreparable. It's going to the storm drain, so.
That's sufficient for me.
How long would it take typically for them to fix
He's
this?
done it before. He's already put up the socks, he put up the barrier, and now he's washing on the other side of it. So this
Alright.
is why I'm
All right, so this is what I'm doing. Case CE 19070216. I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 9203A and 2635. I'm going to respond at 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine in the amount of $50 per day may issue. I take advantage right now, if you don't understand what it is, to make sure that you do before you leave, okay?
I will, okay. Thank you.
Next case, number 2580 Executive Center Drive, number 501, CE 19010443. Number 2580 Executive Center Drive, number 501.
My understanding, if I heard him correctly, is you've only got an extension on the stair issue.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Special Magistrate, we was before you with the same case back on May 1st. This is cited for walls and roof repair. And you gave the owner 30 days to comply. Again, I posted this property on July 5th. Certified mail was sent out June 4th. And
If there was an enforcement order, why are we back here?
because you said if it don't comply, to reschedule another hearing.
I did I?
Yes, and it didn't
It
comply.
seemed like a good idea at the time.
Okay, it wasn't complied, and the owner of the property, as of late last week, decided that we will schedule to do it tomorrow, which is Thursday. And so we're going to try to get it done tomorrow. If not, 10 days to comply or $250 a day thereafter.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Brandy Lemons.
Did the officer represent the situation correctly in your mind?
Sir, I think there was some confusion the last time we were in here. We were to schedule a reinspection of just the unit itself. When I tried to schedule that with Mr. Williams, he indicated that he wanted the walls and the ceilings removed, which we did not agree with, so we went back to our owners. They agreed to go ahead and do that, even though we had full remediation company in there to remediate the property. So we are back here again. I've got contractors lined up for tomorrow. We've notified the resident. She has denied us entry until this court hearing happened today, to have the walls and the ceiling removed, even though they're brand-new walls and ceilings, and, you know, comply with that. Unfortunately, it did not happen in the time frame originally allotted, but we are prepared to go ahead and remove the walls and the ceilings and then have them reinstalled as soon as Mr. Williams has done his visual inspection.
And that's going to happen tomorrow?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that fine with the city, or is there
Yes,
something else you want?
yeah, tomorrow. Or, yeah, go ahead.
We'll take it one step at a time. Okay.
I've emailed her over, I don't know.
Just
how
if you
many
could state your
times
name
in reply.
first, please.
My name is Lisa Lewis, but I emailed her on many occasions within that 30 days. My mother visited the office. We called. We left voicemails to give them the opportunity to do this in 30 days. They did not comply. And I'm sitting here listening to her, and we never denied them entry. We only asked them to come in when we are there and give us a heads up. They like to come in when no one is there, so that they can do whatever they please. But I asked them, and that's my right as a leasee, to ask them to please come in when I am there. No entry was allowed unless you call me, and it's a simple phone call. And that's all that I asked, and we never denied them entry. Whenever they asked, they have done at least 6 different inspections for Section 8, and they call me every time. But never did they call me in regard to this. They're trying to get approved for Section 8. They call me almost every week about an inspection, and they haven't done that. I have written notices for all of this, so like, if you really wanted to contact me,
I can't change the last 30 days, but what I will do is, in this case, CE19010-443, right? Is that correct? I'll give you 10 days to bring the property in compliance. If you're doing it tomorrow, then 10 days is sufficient amount of time, or a fine of up to $200 per day may issue. So we'll
yes,
get it
and I
resolved
just
one
want to
way or
make
another.
sure that they know that I'm trying to get testing done. So if they open that up, they have to schedule with me in order to close it back up, because I need to know
Are
when
you
they're
able
going
to
be doing that
coordinate
so
with
that I
your
can.
tenant?
We have it scheduled to be removed tomorrow morning and then replaced the same day.
We have testing, so that's supposed to be done, that's supposed to be up there and done, so that I can take this case further to a lawyer. So I have testing planned, I have an appointment for it, for this mold, and that's the source of it. That is the direct source, and that's why I wanted it to keep it open until I am ready to, until I get my appointment. I have my paperwork that says I have an appointment for this.
I'm not going to get between the landlord-tenant dispute that you guys are having. I'm going to give the respondent a reasonable amount of time, 10 days, to do the compliance under the code. If they're not able to do it because you don't deny them access, then they're going to come back
Not
and
that
claim
we've
that they're
denied
not.
them access. I have an
Right.
appointment tomorrow.
But
I have a
that's-
doctor's appointment.
I'm
That's
not-
why they need to coordinate with me on what's going on.
I'm not going to schedule for you guys. I'm not going to get involved in any of that. I'm going to give the respondent 10 days. You
Okay.
got to figure out a schedule to work with
Okay.
them within the next 10 days.
10 days.
Next case number 24, 829 32nd Street, CE 1905041, number 24, 829 32nd.
Good morning. The homeowner actually had to leave, so we made a decision on that property. Rayleigh Young City, West Palm Beach, code compliance. 829 32nd Street was originally cited on 5/22/19 with the notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 5/28/19. Certified mail was sent on 5/28/2019. The property was cited for 18103J exterior paint and 18103E window repair. I have made contact with the owner who did request more time. Permits are in the system, and it's going to take a little bit longer to get that window repaired and the property painted. The city's requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
So we're just primarily talking about paint here?
Yeah, the paint on the exterior and the windows broken on the back unit.
And you want to give them 10 days?
Well, he's working on permits, and the window permit, he just applied for it, and it'll take probably within another couple of weeks. So 30 days should be sufficient.
Did you discuss this with the respondent?
Yes, sir.
And he was satisfied with 30 days?
Yes.
And what fine amount were you looking for?
$100 per day, please.
All right, in case CE 1905048-1, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation. Code sections 18103J, 18103E. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Number 46, 949 Upland Road, CE 1903037, number 46, 949 Upland.
Good morning. Code Enforcement Officer Richard Pazmino for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited March 36, 2019. It was closed in error on June 5th, 2019. The case was reopened June 21st, 2019. Certified mail was sent March 27th, 2019, and the renotice when the case was reopened was sent June 24th, 2019. This property was posted on April 2nd, 2019, and the second repost was June 21st, 2019. This property was cited for code violations 18106A, 2635B, repeat violation for case number CE 170-60501 for the code violations, prohibited vehicles and inoperative vehicles. Code violation 34102A, 94482A, 94487B1, and 9471C. I have had contact with the owner of the property originally on March 29th when I first cited the property, and I explained that the violations had to be complied as soon as possible because they were repeat violations. The homeowner also spoke with my coworker, Officer St. Hilaire, on April 29th when the violations were still not complied. And I spoke to the homeowner again 2 days ago, and the violations have not been complied since. The city's recommendation is that $100 a day fine be ran since the violation was discovered, the repeat violation, which was discovered March 14th, 2019, and that's been 123 days. since the violation was discovered, so that's $12,300. That's for violation 94-487B1, the prohibited vehicle being stored on the property. The remaining violations, 18106A, 94-482A, and 94-71C, the city's asking for 15 days for those violations to be complied, or run $200 a day fine. And code violation 34102A, inoperable vehicles, is complied.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Mark Verdieu.
I'm sorry?
Mark.
Verdieu.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on with your property, Mr. Verdieu?
This picture was taken when I parked my truck in the yard.
You have to speak into the mic, please.
This picture was taken when I parked my truck on my yard. And I spoke to Mr. Pasmino, and he's mentioned that I'm not supposed to park on the grass, which I agree. Since then, I put some pavers down so I could park way in the back of my property. He doesn't have this picture up. And the car that he mentioned is not allowed. It's a small truck, 6,000 pounds, which is way under the weight limit that the city allowed.
It's a commercial vehicle.
Yes, less than 10,000 pounds.
It's not allowed. That dump truck is not allowed.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the weight is as relevant as you think it is. It's a commercial vehicle. It's not allowed to be parked in a residential neighborhood.
It's a light truck. The city stated if you have a commercial vehicle less than 10,000 pounds, you could park.
So your theory of the case is that you can park a dump truck as long as it's not a heavy dump truck?
Yes, it's a light truck. It's not huge heavy duty truck.
Can I see the picture again of the truck?
And I have my own picture for you if you would see.
It looks like a commercial vehicle to me.
It looks like a big truck from the picture.
It certainly does. Well, show it to the officer first. How is that not a commercial vehicle?
Well, you're gonna get up and, yeah.
Sir, can I make a point while they're going over that? Apparently, he did install pavers in the middle of a grass yard to be able to put a vehicle there. There's no permit in our system. He's going to have to remove that anyway.
Well, I don't think pavers would solve the issue of prohibited vehicles, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, the weight class is not the issue. It's the type of vehicle and the commercial vehicle. Being a dump truck, it's not allowed in residential area.
Yeah, I mean, you can show it to me, but it sure looks like a commercial vehicle to me. It's a commercial vehicle.
Yeah, there is a picture from when I posted it, which does show the unpaid parking still. You were right about the front yard, that black van. It'll pop up.
Except if you go, there's no way you could see the vehicle from the front of the house or the side, away from general or public view. It's parked on the back side of the house on pavers, on paved car paths.
Okay.
I mean, as of now, I'm putting it up for sale. This is becoming a big issue.
So how much do you say it weighs?
6,000 pounds.
How do you know it weighs 6,000 pounds?
It says on the there's a wood class. There's two kinds. There's a heavy duty one that is 12,000 pounds.
You have to speak into the mic.
There's a heavy duty one for construction that is 12,000 pounds. For axles, this is the two axles, 6,000 pounds. Like I say, I'm putting in the vehicle for sale since this has become a big issue.
Dump truck.
And it's been parking in the back of my house for 4 years on and off. It's never been an issue until now.
The prohibited vehicle code, under the definition for prohibited vehicle, 94-487A8F, it clearly states dump truck.
Let me see. Prohibited vehicle means a mobile home, trailer, commercial truck, tractor, a bus, a dump truck. I don't suppose the code defines dump truck. You can't just keep bringing stuff up to me. You got to show things to the other side first, and they've got to take a look at them. Okay. All right, so the question is whether or not this is a dump truck under section
I'll take that.
8.
We'll give it back.
F.
And it's parked behind my house on pavement, away from general public view. You can't see the vehicle unless you go way in the back of my
Well,
house.
I can only deal with one issue at a time. And so right now, the issue that you've raised that I'm trying to deal with is whether or not your truck constitutes a prohibited vehicle under the code.
Thank you.
All right, so one legal issue at a time here, okay? So now the city points to section 94-487-8F, which prohibits a dump truck. So my question for the city is, how do we know this is a dump truck? What is a dump truck under the code?
I'm looking just like you guys are looking.
And like I say, Your Honor, I just put the
One
truck
thing
for
at a
sale.
hold on.
So
Hold on. 1 second. I lack the ability to debate more than one legal issue at a time.
Yeah, the back's raised, it dumps, the back load.
The other one.
Yeah.
So I guess if it's not specifically defined in the code, then it has to be a reasonable interpretation of what, in the regular course of events, a dump truck would look like. And I would have to say that looks a lot like a dump truck to me. All right, so where are we on clean and sanitary? Is that still in violation according to the city?
Yes, the backyard hasn't been cleaned up. It was a lot worse, I would say that, but there's a lot of plywood still back there. You'll see the more recent pictures.
All right. Now, the irreparable issue is associated with the parking of the prohibited vehicle, is that it?
Yes, that's the repeat violation.
I'm sorry, the repeat violation. Is there currently a car parked on the grass?
Not currently. When I posted the property on June 21st, there was unpaved parking.
Okay, but that is no longer an issue?
Not as of yesterday.
And what about the outdoor storage?
Yes, that's ongoing.
And, Your Honor, I did show Mr. Pasmino that I have an open permit. I'm not open permit, open claim with my insurance because I sustained tremendous roof damage. The picture that you see is my entire kitchen in the back of the house.
Do you have an open permit for
Not
construction?
Open permit. We had to take everything out because of the water damage. We're not doing any work right now. I'm waiting for the insurance. And that was the entire kitchen area that we put out. Since then, I moved everything inside the storage, and then everything that was on the storage, which is my plywood that I use for my hurricane shutters, that's what I put behind the shed. And that's the picture that he has. And I explained that to him already.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. In case CE 190303227, I'm going to find that there is a prohibited vehicle under 94487B1. I'm going to give the respondent 10 days to remove that vehicle, or a fine of up to $100 per day may issue. As to the remaining sections, 18106A and 9471C, I'm going to give you 15 days to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of $100 per day may issue for that. So I'm giving you a few days.
Okay.
Get it cleaned up.
Thank you.
Number 70, 721 51st Street, CE 1906023. Number 70, 721 51st Street.
Is there anyone here from Timeless Traditions and Sons, LLC? Was there somebody here?
They signed in as
Yeah,
Melda Clark.
She was here, but she told me she had to leave.
I'm sorry, she was here, but...
Yeah, she told me she had to leave.
She had to
spoke her
leave,
when
okay.
I came in, yeah.
Did you reach an agreement with her, or?
Yep.
Okay.
My name's Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 721 21st Street poster was cited on June the 12th. Certified mail sent June the 13th. Property was cited at City Hall July the 1st. Property was cited for 18-106-A, 34-102A, 94-302A-4, 94-442-C-1, 94-482A, 94-487-B-1. None of the violations have been complied. She stated that she just received it when she went to pick up their rent money, I guess she said. City requests an additional 30 days or $100 per day.
This is a rental property?
Yes, sir.
And the woman that was here earlier was a representative of the owner, Timeless Traditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe 30 days is a reasonable amount of time to bring this property into compliance?
Yes, she has to get those vehicles removed and clean up the garbage can placement and trash and debris. She said that's enough time.
All right, in case CE 1906023, I make the following findings of fact and line notice is sufficient. I found the property in violation of listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 106, 2242 Ware Drive, CE 190400588. Number 106, 2242 Ware Drive.
Good morning. Paul McFarland with the City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. The property at 2242 Ware Drive. Was cited on April 30th for roof repair and an operative vehicle. Property was posted May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 1st, 2019. Certified mail was returned June 1st. I have been in contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the inoperative vehicle has complied, but the repair of roof still remains. Owner has stated that they're trying to work with the insurance company to get the roof rectified. Taking that into consideration, city's recommending 180 days to come into compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Can you tell me your names, please?
I'm Linda Tellisme, and my father, Timon Tellisme.
So you're having roof problems, huh?
Yes.
So the city wants to give you 180 days to repair your roof. Is that a sufficient amount of time?
I'm not exactly sure. We talked to the insurance company. They haven't given us a definite date, but we can definitely start off with that, 180. We have a letter from them because we're going to litigation today, so we don't know exactly how long this is going to take.
All right, well, I'll give you the 180.
Yeah, thank you.
I would keep the code officer informed about what's going on.
Okay.
KCE 1904058, I find the following facts of excuse me. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18103B. Respondent has 180 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Case number 8, other matters, 432 11th Street, CE 190500076. I believe it's a request for an extension of time.
Good morning, Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property entered into a stipulation on June 19th last month, and at the time they were given 30 days to comply. Yeah, 30 days or $100 per day. But as of yesterday, we did an inspection with the Doug Harvey, the building inspector, and there was just a few things that we found out that requires not only electrical permits but also plumbing permits, and the city's willing to give them 90 days to acquire that.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is sorry, Brian Madrazakis, and yes, I agree. This just
You
came
are the
up
owner of, and I apologize if I butcher your name here,
Brian, it's
Medravzakis
fine.
Properties, Inc.?
What's that?
You're the owner of the...
No, my father is, but I'm the son, and I have power of attorney on management of his properties.
The city wants to give you an additional 90 days to bring the property into compliance. Is that sufficient, sir?
Yes.
All right, in case CE 190500076, I hereby extend the compliance date by 90 days.
Thank you.
I'll get the order in the mail. I don't have it.
Are they here for a case?
I'm not sure. That's all we have for contested matters at this time? What case are you here for? Come on up. 15? 115. $337 Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 115, 337 Baker Drive, CE 190500328.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 16th, the property at 337 Baker Drive was cited for restricted vehicle. Notice was hand-delivered on May 17th. Certified mail was sent May 17th. Certified mail was received May 18th. I have been working diligently with the property owner to try to come up with a remedy. Unfortunately, the food trailer is going to need to be relocated. As for the black trailer, they can put up screening and have it stored on the property. They're requesting additional time to pull that said permit to put up that fencing. So taking that into consideration, city is recommending 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Can you tell me your names, please?
Lee Moore.
Tyronda.
Ma'am?
Tyronda.
Can you say it into the mic, please?
Tyronda.
Are you also Tywanda Moore?
Pitts.
Pitts. Okay. So the city says you have to move your trailers, or at least move one and screen one. Do you understand that?
Yes. Unfortunately, when I was doing all the permits for the food trailer and trying to get everything together, getting everything with the city, they didn't, say that. They didn't say that you couldn't put the trailer down because, you had to put the address where it's going to be located. And if I would have known all this, I'd have made a better decision. I can't get it in the back of my house because my roof sticks out too far. So that means I would have to cut the roof down to get it back there. All this stuff came as I didn't know that it had to be done. But I'm trying to see, I just pulled a driveway, so I'm probably got to go to the building department, see can I put up a fence or something to confine the trailer so it's don't be seen or something. I don't know if they'll let me build a fence that high. I don't know until I ask them. So, I don't
Hold on.
really
There's
know.
Unless there's a part of the code that I'm not looking at, there's no way that this food truck is going to be.
The food truck can't be screened, but the black trailer there, that could be easily screened.
Okay. So, in the process, I just spent a lot of money on the food trailer, truck, and all that. So, I don't.
Do you have a place to put the food truck?
No, I don't have anywhere to put it now, and the storage is asking for too much money now. And I'm not. I just can't afford to do it right now. I'll do what I have.
City wants to give you 30 days. Do you think you can find a place in 30 days?
30 days is really not enough time. I mean, I could try, but if I could get a little bit more, I'm just like, the maximum I can get would, it would be helpful.
All right. In case CE 1905038, I find the property in violation of 94487B3. I'll give you 45 days to bring the property in compliance or fine and $100 per day may issue. That's the best I can do.
What you saying?
45 days.
I just heard it.
Man, you gotta talk. You need to talk, man. You bumbling.
Good luck.
That's all we have for contested matters. Number 6, 500 Belvedere Road, CE 190700172.
We're back at the top.
Except for this one, out of order.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Welcome back.
Louise Wardell, Environmental Compliance Specialist with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was posted on July 11th. I observed employees washing floors to the parking lot, which was flowing to the storm drain. There was also dead and decaying birds in the parking lot. The property was previously cited for the same infraction on January 28th, 2015, and a finding of fact was entered. So the city is asking for a $15,000 fine for a repeat offense.
Tell me about this violation and if you believe this is a significant or severe violation or a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city or anything like that.
They're washing grease and whatever else is out there that I believe it might be even killing the birds. I don't know what that's all about, but they've already been spoken to about washing into the storm drain.
Have you had any conversations with the owner here?
Not recently.
How was notice done?
How was it noticed?
Yes.
The property was posted and I believe certified mail.
All right, in case CE 190707172, make the following findings of fact in law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of Code Section 9203A. Make further finding that said violation is a repeat violation and irreparable in nature. I hereby assess a one-time fine in the amount of $15,000.
Number 2, 1629 39th Street, CE 190504000.
Good morning, Joseph Oliva, Chronic Nuisance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was declared a chronic nuisance on 5/20/2019. The declaration was posted 5/21/2019 and certified mail sent on 5/21/2019. There has been no contact with the owner nor an action plan to date. The notice of violation was posted on 7/2/2019 and certified mail sent on 7/2/2019. The property has been owned since April of 2018. Its previous adjudications were 11/13/2018 for unsanitary conditions, overgrown grass, overgrown swale, and failure to comply. And then also 2/15/2019 for interior renovations of a building, electrical plumbing without required permits. When the property was declared a chronic nuisance, there was excessive overgrowth, landscape maintenance, missing sod and grass in areas of the property, the swell and the parkway included, and garbage can placement, trash and debris. Yesterday's inspection showed basically the same thing: excessive overgrowth, landscape maintenance, garbage can placement, and trash and debris. The city requests that the special magistrate find a pattern of nuisance activity and enter a chronic nuisance service order for services to be provided by the city to include but not limited to maintaining of the landscape, removal of trash and debris, and access to the yard and any other abatements necessary to keep this property in compliance.
So these unsanitary conditions have been continuing on this property over an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any contact with the owner?
No.
Is anyone living here?
No.
All right, in case CE 190504000, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 54403A. I hereby find a pattern of nuisance activity exists on the property. I affirm the city's declaration that the property is in fact a chronic nuisance. I hereby enter a chronic nuisance service order authorizing the city to perform any nuisance abatement services that are needed on the property and to charge the cost of those abatement activities against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Number 3536 Hampton Road, CE 190500611.
Good morning, Richard Padgett, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on May 31st, 2019. Service was accomplished by certified mail being sent on June 25th, 2019, in addition to posting the property and City Hall on June 27th, 2019. The property was cited for 74-4B, bulk goods and white goods, 94-482A, unpaid parking. I have not had any contact with the owner, and the property has not complied with any of the listed violations. The city is asking for an additional 10 days for them to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $100 per day.
So we're talking about a refrigerator?
Yes, sir.
And
unpaved parking?
Parking on unpaved. Okay. And both of those things were still happening the last time you inspected?
Correct. I did a reinspection 2 days ago, and both violations were still present.
All right, in case CE 190500611, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of Section 74-4B and 94-482A. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Number 5404 46th Street, CE 190600563.
Who is that?
No, it's a lien reduction. They brought in a court reporter for no reason.
Oh.
So it's a lien reduction.
Thought you'd left us.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on 6/27. Notice of violation was sent via certified mail on 6/28. Property was cited for trash can placement, outdoor storage, and high grass. As of yesterday, the property was still not in compliance. City's asking for 10 days extension and $100 until compliance is achieved.
Is that your posting on there? Here, go back one picture.
It should be on there. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
So we have excessive growth. Where are the garbage cans?
Yeah, there's a try there.
All right. And outdoor storage. Is that what is that? Is that a bathtub?
It looks like a bath or a boat or
Boat?
something. Yeah, it looks like a boat.
All right, in KCE 1906053, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of the listed code sections, respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance, or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 8, 712 40th Street, CE 190500569.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 712 40th Street was cited on 5/29/19. Certified mail was sent on 5/30/19. Certified mail was returned. Property was posted on 5/31/19. Property was cited for 18106A, clean and sanitary, 18106B, excessive growth, 18106G, painting of the structure, and 34-102-A, junk and abandoned vehicle, 7434A-1-J, garbage can placement, and 94-71-C, outdoor storage. As of last evening, the only code section that was complied was 34-102-A. The vehicle was removed from the property. All of the violations remain. Have not had any contact with the owners of the property. City's requesting 30 additional days in order to comply, or a fine of $100 per day be imposed.
All right. I see the clean and sanitary. I see excessive growth. What's the paint issue?
There's around the front door area, the awnings, as you can see there.
Okay. And the garbage cans are out front?
Garbage cans are constantly maintained out front. There's a photo of that that's there as well.
All right, I see the outs. Okay. So how many days did you want to give them?
In light of the fact they need to paint 30 days or $100 per day.
All right, in KCE 190500569, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 18106A, 18106B, 18106G, 7434A1J, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, or fine of $100 per name issue.
Number 9, 651 Okeechobee Boulevard, CE 190600052.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 651 Okeechobee Boulevard. More specifically, Ruth Chris Steakhouse was cited on 6/6/19. Certified mail was sent on 6/7/19. We do have a signed certified cert mail receipt on file. Property was posted on 5/31/19. I did meet at the property with the general manager as well as the store manager. We did walk the property. We discussed the violations firsthand, so they are thoroughly aware of the violations in its entirety. As of, well, let me go back here. The property was cited for 18105J, painting of the rear structure, 18106A, clean and sanitary, 18107-1, rubbish, more specific, grease that's being spilled throughout the rear of the property, and also the grease vats that have run over with grease and grease just kind of spilling all over the place. 18107-5, garbage can storage, 94-302-A-4. There's one of the entry gates into the rear of the property there has been literally ripped off the hinges there, and it's just there, just pretty much collecting dust. Needs to be repaired. And 94-71-C outdoor storage. There has been some attempt to clean the property. However, all of the violations still do remain. It looks like they did try and power wash some of it, and to their credit, it looks a little bit better, but they still have a ways to go. And so based on that, all violations still remain.
What remedy is the city seeking?
The city's requesting 30 additional days or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. All right, in CE 190600052, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of all the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, or a fine of $150 per day may issue.
Number 10, 1152 Okeechobee Road, CE 190700104.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 1152 Okeechobee Boulevard was cited on 7/5/19. Certified mail was sent on 7/8/19. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 7/5/19. Property was cited for 94-402-B-2-2 prohibited banners, illegal signage, 78-1 obstruction of the public right-of-way, and 94-273-D-1-B-3 advertising of adult entertainment. Illegal display. I did speak with a gentleman. I'm assuming that he was a manager or just part of the team there of individuals who worked there. Advised him that that type of signage is not allowed in the city, as well as those flags or banners, however you want to term it, that those things were not allowed in the city. They did remove the portable sign, that piece of signage. They did remove that. It has not reappeared since the property was posted. But as of last evening, the flags still remain. In the NOV that was issued, the respondent was ordered to cease and desist immediately. And as I said, the banners still remain. So the city's requesting a one-time fine of $250 per day in light of the fact that they did not comply, and 10 days to remove the flags, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
All right, so as of today, the one sign is removed. So which sections are you proceeding under? Under 94-402B? 2?
Let's see. 94-402B-B-2-2. They are still in violation of that particular code section.
And the issue there is that the banners?
Yes, the banners.
Okay. The obstruction of the right-of-way?
The portable signage, as you can see in that particular photo, was across the sidewalk, so you couldn't even get down the sidewalk.
And that's removed now, or is that?
That is removed.
So we're not proceeding under that?
No, we're not.
And then 94-273-D-1-B-3, is it advertising of adult entertainment?
That particular piece of signage would not be allowed in the city at all. So that has been removed. Not only is it prohibited signage, but it was across the right-of-way, which was the sidewalk.
Okay, so, so that one is done as well at this point?
Yes,
So we're just talking about these banners here.
absolutely, yes.
And you want me to, you want me to do a one-time fine?
A one-time fine of $250, and also 10 days to remove the flags, or $150 per day.
Well, is it the city's position that those banners, the display of those banners is irreparable?
Well, in the notice, they were given, we did indicate rather that they needed to cease and desist immediately, which they did not. The property was posted on 5/31/19, and as I said, they still remain there at the property.
I guess what my issue is under what authority in the code am I issuing a one-time fine? Because typically it's done for something that is irreparable or irreversible in nature.
Right. Yeah. Well,
and I mean, does the city want to make the argument that displaying banners is irreparable in nature?
Not exactly.
Is there another code section that I'm missing that gives me the authority to do this?
I'm reviewing.
I tell you what, I will give you the, okay, in case CE 190701004, I make the following findings of fact on life. My notice is sufficient. I'm going to give the respondent 7 days to remove the prohibited banners under 94402B 2-2, or a fine of $250 per day may issue.
Okay, thank you.
Number 11 is rescheduled, 925 37th Street, CE 190200249. Number 13 is rescheduled, 5317 Pinewood Ave, CE 190300018. Number 14 is complied, 638 39th Street, CE 190300019. Number 15, 412 28th Street, CE 190050536.
Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is in reference to a single-family residence that was issued a notice of violation via certified mail and posting on May 28th for broken concrete trip hazards in the walkway leading to the house, exterior of the house in need of repair. There's rotten wood soffits, some mildew in the exterior, etc. A trash can that was stored in the driveway, and landscaping including the swale, which is in need of sod and restoration. The notice of violation gave the respondent 30 days to comply. After notice of violation was issued, I met with the respondent, Jason Godden, to discuss the violations. He agreed to bring the property into compliance. Yesterday, I re-inspected the property and spoke with Mr. Godden. Though progress has been made, the property remains a violation of Code Section 94446-2, landscape maintenance. Sod was put down, but there's still some weeds that need to be removed, and there's some other vegetation that needs to be addressed on the property. There's also a flower bed with broken concrete that needs to be picked up from the front of the property. Additionally, Section 18-100, safe egress, needs to still come into compliance. He did grind the trip hazard down, but he has to fill in a crack because there's still a dip in there that's caused a trip hazard. Section 18103J, the exterior paint and repairs to the roof soffits have come in compliance, and the trash can 74-34-A-1-H has come into compliance as well. The city is asking for 10 days for respondent to come into compliance or a $100 a day fine be assessed. While speaking with the respondent yesterday, he stated he'd be able to achieve compliance within a week and said that 10 days is sufficient amount of time.
So we're just talking about the 18100 egress and the 94446-2 landscaping?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 190500536, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 18100 and 94446-2. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance. A fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 16, 457 Northwood Road, CE 190500542.
Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is reference to a commercial property, a flower shop, that was issued a notice of violation via posting a certified mail on May 30th. The notice of violation gave 30 days to comply. The property was cited for a greenhouse in severe disrepair, broken concrete causing an unsafe egress, trip hazards on the property, temporary holiday-style light rope lighting on the exterior, secured by zip ties with extension cords. And it's been there for an extended period of time. There's also trash and debris on the property, excessive items being stored outside, excessive weeds and overgrowth, particularly to the rear of the property, and a fence that is in disrepair. The excessive weeds and overgrowth, trash and debris, and excessive storage causes creates an environment that can harbor rodents and insects and causes a health, safety, welfare violation to the community. After the notice of violation was issued, I spoke with the respondent, the business owner, who's the same person, who disputed the violations and did not indicate he wanted to comply. As of today, the property came into compliance with only one code section, 18105B. He did fill in the trip hazards to the exterior of the property, so those no longer exist. Section 18105A, the damaged greenhouse remains a violation. 18105.
What's the damage to the greenhouse?
Monique, if you go scroll to the picture, it's pretty much non-existent anymore. Only the frame to the greenhouse. That's one picture. There's a better picture of it. Just keep going. There you go. I guess you could tell from that one. There are some other pictures as well. Just see that A-frame? That used to be that aluminum frame. That used to be the entire greenhouse at one time. It's hard to see with the overgrowth there, but it just pretty much fell apart, and just simply the frame is up now.
Oh.
That's it. That's all that exists on the greenhouse.
And that's still the condition of it as of today?
Yes, sir. Okay, the temporary lighting remains as well. The fence in disrepair, the chain link portion of the fence is lifted up. There's also a torn tarp, which apparently blew from the greenhouse onto the barbed wire, onto the fence. The fence is also leaning over in areas. That's 94-302A4. That remains a violation. 18106A, clean and sanitary, for the excessive items, trash, and debris on the property remains a violation. And as previously mentioned, it causes health, safety, welfare to the community, as it could harbor rodents and insects. 18106B, that's the excessive growth. That also remains in violation and can cause rodents to harbor and health, safety, welfare violations in the community. I don't know what that picture's in there.
So the only thing that was corrected was the trip hazard?
Yeah, the only thing that was corrected is he did take care of the trip hazards. That's a different case. In the parking area, leading up to the building, that's been taken care of. The rest of the violations remain.
The remedies the city seeking?
City's asking for an abatement order to cut and clean the property for the health, safety, welfare violations, and 30 days to comply with non-health safety violations, or $100 a day fine be assessed.
Do you want a bifurcated order?
Yes, sir.
Which sections do you think are you arguing that constitute the threat to the health, safety, and welfare, and which ones do you think can be fixed in 30 days?
18-106A and 18-106B would be the health, safety, and welfare violations.
You believe the overgrowth on the property constitutes habitat for vermin?
Yes, I do, sir. And I'm sorry, I can make a correction on that. It's 18105. 105 is a non-residential. 105A and 18-105B. I misspoke. I apologize.
The electrical issues on the property, do you think they constitute a threat to health, safety, and welfare, or are they?
No, I don't. I don't think they do.
And you've had conversations with the business owner, and they don't want to clean up this property at all?
I had to. Unfortunately, he was argumentative, disputed the violation, said it's been that way for a while, and he wasn't really interested in complying at all.
All right, in case CE 190505542, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of Code Sections 18105A, 18105B, 18105I, 18106A, 18106B, 94304A2. Make further finding that violations of 18106A and 18106B constitute a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach. I order the respondent come into immediate compliance. Failure to comply immediately, I hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations of those two code sections that constitute a threat to health, safety, and welfare. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against property and property owner as to sections 18105A, 18105B, 18105I, and 94302A4. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
17 is complied, 3119 Spruce Ave, CE 190600347. Number 18 is complied, 226 28th Street, CE 190600500. Number 19, 1116 Green Pine Boulevard, D1, CE 190400211.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. I cited this property, 1116 Green Pine Boulevard, Unit D1, for 18103C, repair interior walls, 18103G, plumbing fixtures, 18103I, equipment maintenance, 1894975, maintain hot and cold water lines, and 18979, cooking and heating equipment. The property was posted on June the 5th. The certified mail was sent out May 13th. I had no contact with the owner of this property, so I'm asking a 15 days to comply or $100 a day fine after that.
So tell me what's going on this property?
Well, we got floors need to be repaired. We got leaking plumbing in the bathroom. We got several appliances not working, including the stove, the ice maker, dishwasher, garbage disposal. None of that works. Also, we got plumbing leaking in the bathroom. And again, the stove is not working properly, which is the heating equipment.
How were you able to gain access to this property?
Oh, the tenant did call and make a complaint, and I did an inspection on about April the 9th.
So you were able to walk the property and observe all these violations?
Correct.
And you've had no contact with the owner?
No contact, no, sir.
All right, in case CE 190400211, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18103C, 18103G, 18103I, 18975, and 18979. Respondent has 15 days to bring the property in compliance. A fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 21, 3121 Village Boulevard, number 208, CE 190500004.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Cited this property was a business SSS remodeling. The business tax expired September 30th of last year. I actually posted the property July 5th and certified mail sent May 28th, but it returned on May 31st. No contact with the owner, so I'm asking a one-time 10-day to comply and one-time fine of $100.
Do we know that SSS Remodeling Maintenance LLC is still in business?
I did all I can. I contacted them. I sent them a certified mail. I actually called them, left a message on their voicemail, and also emailed them. So no response.
Have you've been out to the property?
I have, yes.
And they're still operating as far as you can tell?
I couldn't tell from the outside. It's only a pretty much for just.
So how do we know if they're operating a business in violation of the code?
Well, they had a license. They applied for it. It expired. They never renewed it. So I did all I can to verify that.
But there's no actual evidence that they're actually still in operation, as far as you know?
None other than, no response.
Can't really find them then, can I?
Okay, I don't know what other way we can verify it.
Why don't we do this? Let's let's table this one and see if you can find some evidence that they're actually still in business. If they are, then bring it back.
Okay.
Number 22, 5714 57th Way, CE 190504454.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Cite this property for 18-144 business tax receipt. Mr. Jamel Russo. I have contact with him, actually just on yesterday. However, he has not renewed his license as of yet. Sent certified mail to him on June 13th and posted the property July 3rd. It's going to be just asking 10 days for him to comply that, and if not, $100 one-time fine.
So you did speak with this gentleman?
I did.
And he's still in business?
Yes, he is.
All right, CE 1905044, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, if the property owner has 10 days to bring the property in compliance, a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 23, Temple Street, CE 1906057.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, cited this vacant lot for 18106B, excessive growth, and 18215B for failure to comply for an abatement. I actually posted the property on July 3rd and certified mail sent out to the owner on July 1st. No contact from the owner as of yet. So I'm asking 5 days or abatement of that vacant lot.
So the problem here is that nobody's cutting the lawn, is that it?
Yes, sir.
How long do you want to give them to come into
Just
compliance?
5 days.
All they have to do is mow it, essentially?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And what fine amount were you looking?
5 days of abatement, no fine. Just
No, you
city
want to
will,
abate?
put the cost against
All
the
right, so if you want to abate, I need more testimony. What do you think it is about the condition of this property that constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach?
vermin on the property. The neighbors complaining that they see rats.
And you believe the overgrowth constitutes habitat for that vermin?
Yes, sir.
All right, in C 1906057, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I found the property in violation of 18106B and 18215B. I make further findings that violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach, or the respondent to come into compliance within 5 days, or I authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Number 25, 933 30th Court, CE 190504882.
Yeah, those other matters at 11, right?
Good morning. Ray Young, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 933 30th Court was originally cited on 5/22/2019 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 5/28/2019. Certified mail was sent on the same day, 5/28/2019. This property was cited for 94-302A4 fence repair, 74-31A1J garbage can placement, and 94-482A unpaved parking. I have not made contact with the owner, but 74-34A1J and 94-482A are in compliance. 94-302A4, the fence repair is still not in compliance. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
So all we have left is unpaved parking?
Yes, the unpaved parking, the vehicle was removed. The fence is the only thing that's remaining to be fixed.
The fence has been repaired?
It has not been repaired, no.
So 94-302A4 is still at issue?
Correct.
And so the garbage can and the unpaved have been...
Yes, the garbage can was removed.
All right, so just this fence issue? What's wrong with the fence?
Well, it's falling over into the neighbor's yard, and...
It's the wood fence on that?
Correct.
All right. CE 190504882, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 94-302A4 and responded has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Number 26, 3005 Glenwood Road, CE 190500510.
Ray Young, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 3005 Glenwood was was originally cited on 5/23/19 with the notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 5/29/2019. Certified mail was sent on 5/28/2019. This property was cited for 18103B, 94482A, 7434A1J, 18103J, 18106A, 18162A, and 2232A. I have made contact with the owner, and all violations have been complied with the exception of 18103B, the exterior repair, and the 18106A, the trash and debris. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day, until compliance is achieved. So the car was removed, everything was done except the exterior repair for the fascia and the the trash and debris, which is some old AC
That
units.
fascia is the issue in 18103B?
Correct.
And whatever that window covering is doing there?
And AC, yeah, that's still out there.
What's the clean and sanitary issue? Is it just the garbage that's lined up on the side of the property?
It was, exactly.
And that's still an issue?
That's still an issue, correct.
All right. CE 1905051, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18103B. 18106A, respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Thank you.
Number 27, 711 41st Street, CE 190060261.
Ray Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 711 41st Street was originally cited on 6/13 of 2019 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 6/13 of 2019. Certified mail was sent on 6/13 of 2019 as well. This property was cited for 18103J, the exterior paint, 7434A1J, the garbage can placement, and 9471C, the outdoor storage. I have not made contact with the owner, but the 7431A1J, the garbage can placement, and the 9471C, the outdoor storage, have complied. Remaining violations, 18103J, the exterior paint is still not in compliance. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day, until compliance is achieved.
I can see the painting. The painting issue is the fading paint on the
Yeah, the painting
outside.
is the only thing that's outstanding, correct.
All right, in case CE 1906021, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18103J. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Thank you.
Number 28, 3316 Greenwood Ave, CE 190600285.
Ray Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 3316 Greenwood Avenue was originally cited on 6/17/19 with the notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 6/17/19. Certified mail was sent on 6/18 of 2019. This property was cited for 18106B, 74-4-C-3, and 18215B. I have not made contact with the owner, and the violations still do exist. The overgrowth at this property presents a potential risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the community by being a possible haven for rodents, vermin, pests, etc. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 5 days to come into compliance or abatement.
Is this vacant, this property, or?
Yes, it's a vacant lot.
And you've had no contact with the respondent?
No contact at all.
I see you posted the property, you also sent certified mail?
Correct.
You believe the overgrowth on this property constitutes habitat for vermin?
Yes, I do.
How high is that grass?
Past my knees.
High enough, right? All right, in CE 190600285, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18106B, 18215B, and 744C3. Make further findings. Said violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach. I give the respondent 5 days to bring the property into compliance. In the absence of compliance, I hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Number 29 is complied. 921 31st Street, CE 190609290. Number 30, 835th Street, CE 190604442.
Ray Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 835th Street was originally cited on 6/24/19 with the notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 6/28/19. Certified mail was sent on 6/25 of 2019. This property was cited for 18106B, 7434A1J, 9471C, 94482A, and 7894-C. I have made contact with the owner, and all violations have been complied, with the exception of the 9471C, the outdoor storage. The owner is currently applied for permits for the roof to be repaired, and the outdoor storage will be put back in the house as soon as everything goes through with the permitting process. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
I just wanted you not to miss that one. That one's...
So the issue is just the outdoor storage?
The outdoor storage.
And
The roof was leaking, so he removed most of the interior furniture and so on. He put it in the trailer outside, and as soon as the roof is repaired, he'll put everything back in and get rid of the trailer. He said 30 days. We came to the decision 30 days is more than enough time to get that done.
All right, C 190604442, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice sufficient to find the property in violation. 9471C, respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 31, 1001 Street, CE 190504222.
Good morning, Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 100 Street was cited on 5/21/19. The property and City Hall were posted on 5/23/19, and certified mail was sent on 5/23/19. The property was cited for 18102-3, 18103-F, 18103-B, 18105-J, 18106-A, 1895-B. The property has since complied with 1895-B. I've had contact with the owner. The city is asking for an additional 60 days or $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Are all of these code sections still at issue?
Yes, with the exception of 1895-B.
So they fixed their lighting fixtures?
Yes.
Or windows still, what's the issue with, they're not screened, is that it?
The windows need to be screened.
What's wrong with the stairway?
Can you go back to those pictures, please? It has like holes and like areas that needs to be repaired. So rotten wood and other issues.
Mm. There, I see the rotten wood. I see the paint.
She's
I see
going back
clean
to
and
those
sanitary.
pictures now.
It's your testimony that the stairs are have holes in them. Is that it?
She's going back to it, but it has like holes in like the corners that need to be repaired. You can see she's going back to those pictures.
Okay, all right, I see there. And you're seeking 60 days or $150 per day?
Yes, correct.
I'm good, I got it, I saw. Okay. In CE 1905042, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18102.3, 18103F, 18103B, 18105J, and 18106A. Respondent has 60 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $150 per day may issue.
Number 32, 3209 North Australian Ave, CE 1905058.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 3209 North Australian Avenue, was cited on 5/30/19. The property and City Hall were posted on 6/3/19, and certified mail was sent on 6/3/19. The property was cited for 82-144. I've had contact with the owner's mother. The city is asking for an additional 10 days or a one-time fine of $100.
32. Business tax.
So what's the business here?
It's we've updated, it's 3T Technologies, 3T Technologies, Inc. I know it's still operational because I've had contact with the mother. It just hasn't been renewed.
They indicated that they're going to get their business tax. They just haven't done it yet.
They just haven't done it.
And you want to give them, what, 10 days?
The city's not opposed to more than 10 days, so 15 days.
What did you ask for? I just didn't.
I asked for 10.
10.
We're not opposed to 15.
Or $100 per day?
It's a one-time fee of 100.
Yeah. All right, in case CE 1905058, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 82-144. Respondent has 10 days to come to compliance or one-time fine of $100.
Number 33, 924 44th Street, CE 1906011.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 924 44th Street, was cited on 6/8/19. The property and City Hall were posted on 6/18/19, and certified mail was sent on 6/10/19. The property was cited for 7434-A1J and 18-103J. The property has since come into compliance with 7434-A1J. 18103J is still outstanding. I've had contact with the owner. The city is asking for an additional 60 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
So the issue here is just the outside painting here?
Correct.
All right, in case CE 1906011, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18103J. Respondent has 60 days to come to compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 34, 3209 North Australian Avenue, CE 1906020.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 3209 North Australian Avenue, was cited on 6/8/19. The property and City Hall were posted on 6/18/19, and certified mail was sent on 6/10/19. The property was cited for 18103E, 18103J, 18106A, 34102-B, and 94442E. The property has since complied with 18106-A and 34102-B. All other sections are outstanding. I've had contact with the owner's mother. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, so the external doors and windows is a broken window in the front of the house. Can you tell me what that is?
There's a broken window in the front. It has a board. It's a occupied dwelling, therefore they can't have boards in the window. So the window needs to be repaired and the board removed.
Exterior paint. Yeah, I see your board.
It's right there.
It's, it's like the fascia. I can see the paint there, right?
Yeah, all of, even on the side, like the paint is in disrepair.
And the, okay, so that's your landscaping swale that clearly needs some sod. All right. KCE 1906012, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18103E, 18103J, and 94442E. And write a remedy here. Were you seeking 30 days?
Correct.
Respondent should bring the property in compliance within 30 days or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 35, 3704 Westview Ave, CE 1906039.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 3704 Westview Avenue, was cited on 6/20/19. Certified mail was sent on 6/24/19. The property and City Hall were posted on 6/24/19. The property was cited for 18-103J, 34-103-B. The city is asking for a split order. For 18103-J, the city is asking for 30 days or $100 per day. And for 34-102-B, the city is asking for 5 days or $100 per day. I've had no contact with the owner.
Where's this vehicle?
It's that. Yeah. It has a flat tire.
Well, you took a lot of pictures. All right. That's the vehicle in question and the,
Correct.
is that a flat tire in the back?
Yes.
Has this vehicle ever moved since you've been inspecting this property?
Excuse me?
Has this vehicle moved at all since you've been inspecting?
It has not.
Okay. Does it have valid license plate on it?
It's backed in, so all like,
See?
yeah.
All right. All right, KCE 190603995, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18103J. As to that code section, I give the respondent 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue. I make further finding that the property is in violation of 3410TB, inoperable vehicle. I give the respondent 7 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 36, 931 44th Street, CE 190604000.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 931 44th Street was cited on 6/2019. The property and City Hall were posted on 6/24/19, and certified mail was sent on 6/24/19. The property was cited for 18-106A, 18-162A, 22-32A, 74-34A1J, 78-6, and 94-482-A. I've had contact with the property owner. The property has since complied with all code sections with the exception of 78-6 and 94-482A. The city is asking for an additional 60 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
$60 for numbering and parking? That seems like a lot. Why that much time?
It has the numbering on the house, but it's just painted over. They just paid a contractor to paint the property, and he did paint it over. So, as they do have like other issues to address, so we'll just do the 60 days, $100.
All right, CE 190604000. Make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice sufficient for the property in violation of 78-6 and 94-482A. Responded to 60 days to bring the property in compliance and fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
I guess we're on to other matters.
If you just walked in, please make sure you sign in the back. Thank you.
Number 12616 East Tamron Avenue, CE 100305554, 2616 East Tamron Avenue. One.
Good place to start. Go ahead.
Sir, can we swear them in?
I'm sorry?
Have we sworn in all the new people?
That's true, we haven't, have we? If you're going to testify today, or you think you might testify, or there's a possibility that you might testify, would you please rise and raise your right hand? That's everybody. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury and the laws of the state of Florida. All right, please be seated. All right, go ahead.
Mitch Posner, Code Enforcement. Case ending in 554-2616 East Tamron. Date ordered 4/21/2010. Fine started 6/21/2010. Ran for 3,241 days. Current total $324,100. Fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 5/6/19. Normally the city would ask for 30%. Given the size of the lien, we're asking for 10%. My understanding of the mitigating factors here is they sold the property on their own. They were the mortgage holder, and the owner at that time caused the violations. They took some time before they could foreclose on that person, and then leased it out to somebody else that did more damage and wouldn't let them on the property. All that amounts to, it's still their responsibility. City's asking for 10%.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Yes, Carol Nagy.
And what is your relation to the respondent owner here, Garrick Family Limited Partnership?
My husband, it's his partnership.
So what are you asking me for, and why should I grant it?
Well, could I give you this with pictures and so forth?
Have you supplied a copy of that to the city yet?
No, they didn't tell me to do that. They
Well,
just
you
told me
show
to
it to
bring
the city first.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you asking me for, and why should I grant it to you?
Well, I'm asking for dismissal of all these fines and liens. Your Honor, my husband bought this building in 1984, and he owned it until 2007, and we sold it to a man that we knew as John Smith. His actual name was not John Smith. He ended up, he tore a lot of the building out. We were the mortgage holder. He destroyed the inside, trying to remodel. I guess he didn't permit it, and so they had him do the demolition process. And he also had a warehouse in North Carolina, and he had quit paying us. We went up to North Carolina to find him, and there had been a big drug raid, and he had been on America's Most Wanted, and he's in federal prison for 15 years, so we had to go through the court system to get the warehouse back. Then we rented it to a person in 2013 that did more damage to it, and in the meantime, we never knew, because we were never contacted. All the mail was going to South Dixie Highway, which was this John Smith's address. We were never contacted. We didn't know anything about it. We found out about it last year in the end of June, because the man that was in there had a friend that had somebody interested in buying the building. And then he said, well, there's fines and there's liens. We immediately came down and talked to Steve Kennedy, and he kind of directed us in the way to go, and he said, we have to get the property back. Anyway, so then we had to hire attorneys and do the commercial eviction process, which we just got the building back in our possession on May the 2nd. In the meantime, since 2012, the tax notices, we always paid the property tax on this, so we didn't have a clue that there was any issues with that building. In the meantime, my husband, his health is very bad, but we've gone in, we've cleaned up, we spent $35,000 cleaning up that property. The man that was there left 27 55-gallon drums of hazardous chemicals on the property. So we had to pay to have that removed with safety clean. We hired a crew. We had 4 30-yard dumpsters. We had truckloads going out. We gave all the scrap metal to the crew that was helping us clean up. It was a month-long cleanup. It's been a nightmare, actually. We have a buyer that wants to buy the building. We're working together. The issue is the fines. And he's a past president at Wellington Chamber of Commerce. He owns several businesses in the city. He really would like to have it. But until we know what's going forward, we can't do anything. So that's
The
what.
city has offered to reduce it by 90%, which I guess if my math is correct, would be 32,400. Is that right?
Sir, that's what I have, 32,410 on a property that Papa appraises at $404,000.
That seems remarkably fair, probably fairer than I would have been.
$32,000?
Your existing fine on the property is $324,100. The city's agreeing to reduce it by 90%.
No. Your Honor, we've put so much money into this property already. Oh my God. I mean, we've got to have money to be able to come in to do our estimates to bring this property the way it needs to be brought is $150,000. The property's not even worth basically what they're saying the fines were. And I don't understand how we were never contacted that there was these fines accruing. And I did some research in Chapter 26 of the Code Enforcement, Section 26.4a. It states that we were supposed to be notified by certified mail. We were never notified. We
Sir,
got
at
our
the time-
tax bill every day.
At the time the case was opened, they were the mortgage holder. There's no requirement to notify the mortgage holder.
He's right about that.
How could we get our tax bill? We paid our taxes every year and not know that this was accruing.
I can't speak to the business transactions that you or your husband made, nor the wisdom of who you sold your property to or much. But the property was out of compliance for a long time, and the city has no obligation whatsoever to actually agree to any kind of reduction. They're entitled legally to $324,000, which they're agreeing to reduce to $32,400, which strikes me as a fairly decent offer.
As soon as we found out about it, Your Honor, we went to Steve Kennedy. Monique helped us. Ray, our code enforcer, he did everything he could help. I mean, soon as we found out about it, we worked as fast as we could work.
I actually got to be honest, I'm moderately surprised that you're not at least somewhat pleased that your debt from $324,000 is $32,000. That's 90%.
I know. It's
which they did not have to do.
I know they don't have to do any of it. I'm just asking for more grace. We've just got so much more. We've already spent so much. We've got so much more to do.
I recognize that, and I recognize sometimes in these things that that things don't go quite the way you want them, and sometimes it's not entirely your fault. But I think that the city's reduction here is fair, and I'm willing to authorize it. In case CE 100305554, I'm going to reduce the fine from $324,100 to $33,410 payable within 60 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's a copy of your order.
Yeah, you can keep it. No worries.
Thank you. Thank you. Number 2, other matters, 944 Market Street, CE 04110759.
There's 4 liens confirming we're doing all 4 at once.
There are 4, huh? On the same property, 944 Market Street?
Yes, sir.
Are they separate cases?
On the agenda in front of me.
Oh.
2, 11, 12, and 13.
You want to call them?
Other matters.
Why don't we just, is there any reason we shouldn't hear these together?
I would prefer to hear them together.
All right, so let's hear them all together.
All right, number 11, 944 Market Street, CE 07081338. Number 12, 944 Market Street, CE 09100132. And number 13, 944 Market Street, CE 0100600636.
Go ahead.
Okay, got them in chronological order here. Case ending in 338, 944 Market Street, date order 10/5 of 07. Fine started 12/5 of 07, ran for 1,191 days. Current total $59,550. Daily fine was $50 a day. Date of compliance 3/10 of 2011. New owner. Actually, all four are new owner. Case ending in 759. Date order 3/16/05, fine started 3/24/05, ran for 2,177 days. Current total $217,700. Daily fine was $100. Date of compliance 3/10 of 2011. Case ending in 132. Date order 12/2 of 09, fine started 10/6 of 09, ran for 30 days. Total of $1,500, $50 a day. Complied 11/5 of 09. And case ending in 636, date ordered 9/22/2010, fine started 10/26/2010, ran for 528 days at $100 a day. Date of compliance was 4/6/2012. Total was $52,800, but $30,619.30 was paid on a, it looks like it was a overage from a tax deed sale. The total between all four is $300,930. Normally, we'd be asking for 25%.
Is it 300?
$300,930. Well, and 30 cents.
Okay. And you, sir, are?
Okay. Normally we'd ask for 25%. The city's asking for 10% on this one as well, $30,093. The only mitigating factors are the new owner, that it's a new owner, and according to their application, essentially pleading poverty, but we're showing 7 other properties owned in Palm Beach County.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Ariel Banegas.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Ariel Banegas.
And what is your relation to Bassa Investments?
I'm the owner.
So what are you asking me for?
I'd like to see if the lien could be dismissed. We acquired the property in 2017. As soon as we acquire it, we try to bring it into compliance, and we spent about or over $70,000 in renovations, anything from windows to kitchen, bathrooms. We bettered the curb appeal. I have some pictures here of what the property used to look like to what it looks like right now. And so that's pretty much what I would like, and like I said, based also on the fact that
well, the city, again, in this case, is willing to reduce this from $300,000 to $30,000, which seems like a pretty good offer to me. Why is that not a good offer?
if it dropped that much, then yeah, I'm assuming it is. And just a lot of those liens, we weren't aware of them when we acquired the property.
Well, they were duly filed according to the law. That's not the city's obligation. It's your obligation to make sure when you buy property, you're aware of the liens.
I understand.
I'll give you a slightly larger break because you're a new owner. In case...
Sir?
Yep.
This side. Just for accuracy's sake, rechecking the math, the total is $300,880.70. So 10% would have been $30,088.
I'll reduce it to $25,000. CEO 04110,759 in the other three cases.
What is it?
There's like... Let's read these, right? Hold on, let me get these right. CEO 7081338.
Which order are you
And,
doing?
probably the easiest way to do it.
Two.
Yeah, you know what, why don't we do this way? I'll reduce the case number 2. which is CE 04110759. It's a $25,000 payable within 60 days. I'll reduce the other ones to 0 if the other one is paid. If not, they return to the other amount.
Thank you.
Number 3, 3910 Greenwood Ave, CE 120100249.
Are we doing both of these at once?
This is number 3, which is 310 Greenwood Avenue.
3910.
3910.
3 and 5, I believe.
Number 5, 3910 Greenwood, CE 11070351.
So one is what, 650 and one is 23,600? Yeah, let's do them together.
Okay, case ending in 249, 3910 Greenwood, date ordered 3/21/2012, fine started 1/19/2012, ran for 26 days. Total $650, it was $25 a day. Date of compliance 2/14/2012, new owner. Case ending in 351, 3910 Greenwood, date ordered 9/7/2011, fine started 10/11/2011, ran for 472 days, total $23,600. Ran $50 a day, date of compliance 1/25/13. New owner, and that seems to be the only mitigating factor. City's asking for 25%.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
I'm Christy Mosbach.
And what are you asking me for, and why should I grant it?
I'm asking for you to dismiss these, sir. I purchased this property about 1.5 years ago. It was in a horrible state of repair. I have some before and after pictures that I'd like to show you, if I may.
You can, but I will accept as true that it was in bad shape and you made it in good shape.
Well,
Okay.
thank you. This property was what the title company later told me a zombie property. The owner at the time had tried to give it back to the bank and thought they had. And the bank said, oh, they tried to give it back, but we didn't accept it. So it fell into great disrepair. Vandals had knocked open the walls looking for the copper, and I put in all new wiring. It's a Spanish-style house on the railroad tracks. I put in all new wiring. I put in all new plumbing inside the house and under the house. I repaired the coffers in the living room and the dining room ceilings, which are part of the charm of the old Spanish houses. I put in a new central AC system, all new kitchen, all new bathrooms, and spent a lot more money than I intended. But it's a beautiful restoration of one of the old Northwood homes now. And I actually have, as soon as we sort out all these details here, I have a member of the active military who would like to move in.
So you made an investment in a property and you rehabilitated it. So why should the city, why does that mean the city should not have their lien?
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
So I need why should I reduce this lien? Because you rehabilitated a property?
Yes, sir. And because it's a historic property that's been brought back to its former glory. And because all of those liens were when the bank or the zombie owner owned it. It was a property that nobody had claimed ownership to for a number of years. I filed, as soon as I bought it, I filed an action plan with Joe Oliva, and we've been, keeping the property quite clean and well repaired from the outside. All the landscape issues are taken care of as well.
The city managed this as a chronic nuisance property for a number of years, so we're quite familiar with the condition it was in. There is no dispute about how much work was put into it.
Why 25%?
Standard. That's why we're asking for the standard 25 as opposed to anything more.
So the city thinks you should pay a quarter of this, and you don't think you should pay any of it.
I'm sorry, sir, may I approach because I can't hear you so well?
Yeah, so the city thinks that you should pay a quarter of the fine, and you don't think you should pay any of the fine.
That is correct. Can we meet in the middle of the 10% that you've been offering the others? You can see all the work there.
Yeah, I suppose I can do that. All right, in case CE 120100249, I'll reduce both fines by 90%, whatever that comes out to.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear how many days?
Is there a certain time period you need on this?
I'll pay right now if you give me.
All right, 30 days.
Number 4335 LMR Road, CE 150100008. I'm gonna have to get the email because your orders weren't done right. I'm gonna have to get your email and email it to you, unfortunately.
So I can't pay right now.
Yes, sir.
Go around my life.
Okay.
I'm going to refer to the tabs.
Okay.
What are we, number 4?
Morning.
Give me 1 second so she can get her paper.
Yes, sir. Joel Fast, Kalani Fast for the petitioner.
Oh, did he just give you a large document?
Yes, sir.
All right.
With
Let me give you
15 separate tabs.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Judge, you can approach?
Yeah.
All right, sir, I'm just waiting on city attorney's opinion on that. But my opinion would be to bring this back another day since we just received all this.
Well, let me see what the city attorney wants to do.
Special Magistrate, I'll be honest, it's a lot of information to digest on such short notice. I do understand that you've brought a court reporter.
My client flew down from New York. We could wait until the end if that would give you time. There's really not that much that's...
Yeah, why don't we hold this and give you a chance to take a look at it while we
All right.
deal with some of the other ones.
Very good. Just leaving it till the end?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 6, CE 18010530338 Alhambra Place.
Good morning. How are you?
Go ahead.
Case ending in 530-338 Alhambra. Date ordered 3/7 of 18. Fine started 5/7 of 18. Ran for 182 days. Total $18,200. $100 a day. Date of compliance 11/5 of 18. The applicant is the same owner at the time of the violation and the fines. After the fact, they sold the property. They're applying as the previous owner, basically. This is owner cause. City's asking for 30%.
All right, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Richard Glenn. I'm an attorney and I represent Highland Properties.
Mr. Glenn, can you speak into the mic, please?
Should I start over? My name is Richard Glenn. I represent Highland Properties. Highland Properties was the purchaser of this property back in September when it was closed. The gentleman that Highland bought it from is disabled. I think it's Parkinson's disease he has, so he wasn't able to take care of the property. It took us almost a month for him to be able to relocate it after Highland purchased it. At the closing, we put aside $15,000 that was held in escrow, and the purpose of that was to pay fines and for the rehab, and I think maybe about half of it we used for the rehab. Anything that we can get back goes back to this gentleman. As I said, he is disabled. I don't know, what more I can say about that, but this is all he basically has was this house. So Highland is not making any money from this transaction. We're just trying to get some money back to him. So that's why we're asking for reduction. Anything you can do better than the 30%, we would appreciate it.
And ma'am, who are you?
I'm with Highland Properties. I'm a manager.
And why is the city at 30% here?
It's our standard ask for an owner-caused violation, especially one that doesn't exceed 6 figures and is, absurdly large.
So what's that, 5,400 if I'm doing my math in my head real quick?
5,460.
And we would just like to get this gentleman back as much money as we can because he's, I don't know what more I can say about that. He's totally disabled. He's kind of a...
I'll reduce it to 20%. What does that come out to? Anyone do math quick? 1/3 is at 36.4.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's good. Thank you.
What did we do, Stu? You do 20 or 20?
60 days, 20%, $3,640.
Thank you, sir.
Number 7, 422 Franklin Road, CE 16020064.
I'm sorry, which case was that?
Number 7.
Thank you. If I can interject, the city attorney had no objection to those other documents.
Okay. Better late than never, right? All right, go ahead, please.
Case ending in 064, 422 Franklin Road, date order 3/16/16, fine started 4/16/16, ran for 199 days. Total $19,900, was $100 a day. Date of compliance 11/1/16. The same owner, city's asking for standard 30%.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Joe Rodriguez.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, what are you asking me for, and why should I grant it?
I'd like you to dismiss the case and potentially refund me my application fees.
And tell me why.
So, I received a notice that was posted on my door in March of 2016 that I needed a rental license. That was in March. By April 14th, I have complied with everything that was required. I sent in all the paperwork, everything was done. I was good to go. At some point later that year, I'm in City Hall and I find out that I'm being fined because I don't have a rental license. So I'm baffled. And so I called code. Mr. Johnson was the code officer at the time. He says, well, fire never passed you. And I guess the way the process works is you work independently with fire and work independently with code. They don't talk to each other. So they said, fire never passed you. So I called Mr. Roy Lindo, and fire. I said, Roy, I gave you everything you needed. What happened? What's going on? So he said, well, send it to me again. So I sent him everything. He passed it, and he passed it retro back to April of 2016. I go back to code. I go, Roy passed that retro, miscommunication. Code says, well, we can't do that. You're already in the finding process. You have to go before the magistrate to get this resolved. And this is why I'm here. And I've got all the documentation, the emails, the
Can you show those to the city, please?
this was attached to the,
It was all attached to the application. Our understanding of the issue is simply that the fire department didn't sign off till the date that's in the system. Whether or not it should have been done previously is not something we're aware of. I understand he's got communications emailing with the fire department, but it's all the same system. They put in their passing date. Had they put in an earlier passing date that predated fines, we would have vacated the lien. It wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened.
Well, do you have documentation from the fire department saying that they approved it at the earlier date?
yes, sir. I have an email right here that was attached, and it says, it's dated November 20th, 2016. Hello, Mr. Regas. I have changed your results to a pass to reflect the date on the letter of April 11th, 2016. I have that right here.
That change never took place. I've seen that, but that change never took place.
Exactly, that was the problem. I have communication.
According to his application, he had communication issues with both the fire department and the case officer, Officer Johnston. I suppose those are possibilities, but that's a lot of things going wrong at the same time on one particular case.
Well, I didn't have any problems
Yeah,
with this.
I mean, if he has a document from the fire department saying that they passed him retroactively, why wouldn't I take that into account?
It doesn't actually straight out say that.
Can I see
It says
what
that, I received your email and I will change the date, and then they never did. And when we got a hold of them, they said they weren't doing that, so.
You can go to the microphone.
So it says, I have changed the result to a pass to reflect the date of the letter you have provided, which I guess you hand wrote in here April 11th, 2016?
I just wrote in there from my notes just to speak to you, sir.
What is the letter that you provided?
They required the fire required a letter from me, and what I did is I re-forwarded him the email that had this attachment that was sent to him, which is all they required.
And when this was first brought to our attention, well before the lien reduction application, we contacted the fire department, who said, no, we don't have anything backdated. They were not willing to change that date.
There's an email right there that says that from Roy.
So the fire department, if you send them a letter saying you have the stuff, they pass you, they don't actually go out and check to see if you have it?
He had already gone out, sir. He had already gone out. Roy had already gone out there.
This is an odd case.
Whatever happened after that email, that he didn't change it, and that when we contacted the fire department, they weren't going to change it, that I can't speak to. But as far as the code case goes, dotted our I's, crossed our T's, the rest is up to the wisdom of the magistrate.
So, sir, are you telling me under oath that you were in compliance as of April 11, 2016?
I am telling you under oath, sir, absolutely.
And you were telling me under oath under penalty of perjury, which is a far more significant issue than code enforcement, that, that you gave evidence of that compliance to the fire department, and that the fire department somehow lost it? Is that what you're saying?
They didn't act on it or failed to act, or I don't know what situations. Sir, if I first of all, I do. Here's, if I may share this with you, where I have it installed fire extinguishers.
That we do not have.
You want to take a look?
There's emails in that whole package that there's communications, and what I'm hearing now about that they never retroed it was different than I was told. I was told that they couldn't accept the retro because it was already in the finding process, and I had to come before you to get it removed.
All right, anything further?
No, sir.
All right, so what I have before me is evidence that they brought this property into compliance, and I have uncontested evidence that they supplied this information prior to the fines. What I don't know is why the fire department didn't act on it. But I do have a letter here suggesting the fire department would backdate compliance even though they did not. I don't know why they chose not to do it. Maybe there's a good reason, but I don't have it before me. So based on that, I'm going to dismiss this fine.
Thank you, sir.
You can have this back.
Here's your order also. Thank you. Are we going back to number 4 yet?
We can.
Yeah.
Can we have 9 and 10, or did I miss something?
Well, we just skipped the one. I didn't know if we were going back to it or not.
Are you ready to proceed on that? I thought we were going to do it at the end.
We're going to wait?
She's in no objection to the document, so.
I have no objection. Are there other lien reduction cases?
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
You want to finish with those?
Yeah, we
let's
can.
finish
We
with
can
those,
do
and then
that.
we can have a larger conversation
sorry,
about this
sir.
one.
We have 2 more. Number 9, 1656 39th Street, CE 170504888.
Go ahead.
Case ending in 008-335 Elamar, date order 10/7 of 15, fine started 10/18 of 15, ran for 1,010 days, total is $101,000, ran for $100 a day, date of compliance 7/24 of 18.
Number 9.
9.
1656 39.
I apologize.
No worries. We're going a bit out of order.
Find the right one.
They were probably slightly shocked by the size
Got
of
it.
that.
I about fell over.
Let's try that again. Case number 488, 1656 39th Street. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Date ordered 8/2 of 17, fine started 12/1 of 17, ran for 524 days, total of $52,400, $100 a day, date of compliance 5/9 of 19. This is the same owner, city's asked for standard 30%. The original case was for removing a tree without a permit. When they replaced it as required by the case, they put in what the city arborist says is a shrub, not a tree, which is why it wasn't complied at the time. The only mitigating factor, as I understand it from the application, is an misunderstanding of code based on that.
Can you gentlemen tell me your names, please?
Hi, my name is Jared Tobias, and I brought the North Shore president community along with me just to.
My name is Robert Taylor. I'm the president of North Shore Neighborhood Association.
Okay.
And I wanted to speak at the end and just kind of give an overview from the neighborhood's perspective on the situation, if that's okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. What are you asking me for, and why should I grant it?
I'm asking for this lien to be dismissed. I have a chronological order of events that has taken place since this all happened. If I could
go ahead,
approach the court with this.
Let me let the city take a look at it to see if they have an objection first.
No objection.
All right, go ahead.
So the property that is in question, I closed on this property in April of 2017. There was a black olive tree in the backyard that was damaged that I cut down that caused $5,000 worth of damage to my pool that I had to redo for this property. This property had sat vacant for 2 years.
Cutting down the tree caused the damage?
Yeah, no, not cutting down the tree. The actual leaves of the black olive tree secretes some different color, which caused the pool lining to become a mess, and it caused $5,000 worth of damage. Again, the tree in question was a damaged tree, so it was already unsightly. I believe what my problem was that I didn't get a permit back in the back at the time this had happened. But I was new to West Palm Beach, and I didn't understand zone regulations. I didn't understand all of that. I was in contact with Mr. McFarland via email during this period of time. Every Friday, I was getting a letter on my front door about this particular situation. So I knew that that's when my court appearance was going to be in August 2017 to figure out what the situation was going to be to resolve this situation. And that was in August 2017, so I was given 120 days to plant a tree. I do believe that the court did tell me that it couldn't be a palm tree. I was told that I needed to plant a tree. So I went and I planted a bougainvillea tree in October of 2017, and I didn't hear another thing about this until May 7th of 2019. So obviously, May 17th or May 7th comes around. I was extremely worried when I found out that there was a lien this size against my property. I emailed Mr. Posner, Mr. Joyce, and Mr. McFarland to find out what it was that needed to be done. May 8th, I verified with Mr. McFarland and Mr. Joyce what the size requirements were, the species requirement, got that confirmed, and then on May 9th, planted a new tree. So my point here of what I'm trying to say is I'm a partner with the community. I'm new to the community. I'm just trying to flip a home. I'm living in this home. I have no intention of going anywhere. I'm trying to raise the curb appeal of this particular property. The property was pretty run down. It was pretty beat down. And Bob knows I've put $50,000 worth of renovations into this home to be a part of the community. And I know that you probably hear this on a daily basis. This was just a miscommunication. At the end of the day, this was just a miscommunication on what lien requirements were, on what city code requirements were, and I didn't know that. And then again, I didn't hear anything after I had planted this tree, so I didn't know that I was still in violation. And I think that my biggest problem with this entire situation was that this could have been remedied 2 years ago if I could have just gotten an email back saying, hey, we went out to the property and you're still not in code. I hadn't heard anything else about this until May 7th. So I'm asking for the court's leniency on this particular situation. I actually am requesting that this violation be thrown out. And if...
Go ahead, sir.
So my name is Robert Taylor. I'm the president of North Shore Neighborhood. We have a good working relationship with Mr. Poser and our code officer, Paul. I was kind of blindsided by this. You know, I attend we have code come to our meetings, we work with code, and we have some properties in our property that are difficult to manage, and we appreciate the work that the special magistrate does. If I had known about that, I mean, we feel a little bit obligated. I mean, in the future, this is kind of a learning experience for us or blind spot. This property was sat empty for 2 years. He came in, he cleaned it up, and I understand there's a little bit of miscommunication about the right tree that he should have planted. But the extent of fine is you know, when the guy puts in, you know, he fixed his driveway. From the neighborhood's perspective, code is, you know, we want these people to fix their properties up, and that's what happened here. If I had known about this, I would have gone to him. And we go to people, we go to code when we see people cutting trees down their front yards. We go to code and we work with code and we try to fix this thing. This to me is like an anomaly or a one-off situation. You probably hear that all the time. I wouldn't have taken off time from my work to come down here and speak on his behalf. But, you know, if we had known about it as a neighborhood, we take some responsibility. I mean, we try to keep people informed, and I'm disappointed that we didn't know that, you know. And I'll work with Mitch in the future. I need to know, too, when we're incurring these kind of violations on people that are, you know, good neighbors. I'm trying to attract better neighbors, you know, and that's what I'm worried about. So I appreciate you letting me speak.
No problem. So let me see if I understand what happened here. So you chopped down a tree without a permit. You got cited for removing the tree. You were told by the magistrate, whoever it was at that point, that you had 120 days to replace the tree. You replaced it with a bougainvillea?
Bougainvillea tree,
All
yeah.
right, now, forgive me, I'm not a tree expert of any kind, so I don't even pretend to be one, but presumably that tree was not code.
Yeah, I'm not an expert either, but I brought it to our arbitrist that we have in the city of West Palm. At that time, he determined it wasn't
So, all right,
a
so
tree
just
that was acceptable.
without getting into the exact whys about that but that tree was not acceptable. And so the 120 days, 180, was it 180 days?
120.
120 days expired, and the city found him in violation because he had not replaced the tree with a tree that was permitted.
Correct.
Right, okay. And so that did not come to your attention until many months later.
Yeah, and actually, when I submitted my $200 to be able to be in front of you folks for the lien reduction meeting, they had told me that from a previous owner that there was a lien that was not closed out properly in West Palm Beach's system, which may have affected the ability for them to send me another notice because the city already sold my property with a lien already on there. So they had to close that out before they could even address the $200 that I was trying to fix with this particular situation.
Well, that I can't speak to, but presumably at this point you've replaced the bougainvillea with the
Yes,
permitted
that's
tree,
been
right?
done.
Is that-
If I can address that last point, a prior lien has nothing to do with whether there's notification sent out that there's a new lien. That's automatic from the legal department. For any time there's non-compliance. 3 months later, if the fines are still accruing, the lien's placed, they automatically send out the notice of the new lien. The previous lien that wasn't closed out properly simply affected him getting to this hearing, and that was remedied right away.
Okay. So you've now since replaced the bougainvillea with something else. What is the something else?
It's a queen myrtle tree,
Okay, all right.
and it's 12 foot tall. So everything that I had learned from Mr. McFarland and Mr. Joyce during the email exchange on May 8th, I made sure that the tree met those specifications.
Yeah, I think that most of the steps you've taken were quite reasonable. The problem I think that you run across, and this is a problem that is often common in code enforcement, which is the obligation falls on the property owner to let the city know, hey, I'm in compliance, and to confirm that they have complied you. And I always make a habit, especially with people that are new to the situation, especially in code enforcement, to tell them, hey, when you come to compliance, make sure you meet with the code officer and make sure that they agree that you're in compliance, because otherwise you're going to be subject to fines. And I think probably the error that you ended up with is that you planted the tree and you thought you were done, and really you're done when you've spoken with code, and code has said, yes, you're done. And that's why something small turns into something considerably larger.
Yeah, and I think that, because I had the email exchange with Mr. McFarland before in the first situation, I even had a tree in my front yard that was blocking the city street light that I even reached out to Mr. McFarland in March of 2018 and asked who I needed to get in contact with the city to get that resolved, because I didn't know who else I didn't know anybody else with the city. Mr. McFarland was the only person that I knew, and he gave me the contact information of the people to reach out to. Again, I didn't know that this particular situation was still out there. I had no idea.
Sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
The city has no doubt of his intention, and in light of the neighborhood association's involvement in this case, speaking out for him, willing to cut our ask in half, basically, to 15%.
What would that come out to, doing the math? Is that what, 7,500, is that it?
7860.
Mr. Jarrett, I'll let you have the last word on this.
I moved into the community because I wanted to be a member of the community. I work for Aerojet Rocketdyne at the Pratt & Whitney facility. I have a good job. I'm not planning on going anywhere. Again, my whole intent was to fix up this property, and I play on the side of the law. I don't play against situations like this. I believe that this was one huge miscommunication, and I do not see where I did anything wrong. I don't. I don't see where I did anything wrong here. I acted when the city asked me to act back in August 2017, and I acted even quicker when I found out about this in May 2019. Again, I'm asking for this lien to be eliminated.
Well, I'm not going to eliminate it, primarily because the one area where you did make a mistake was in not bringing the city to comply the property. And so, but according to the code, lien reduction criteria adopted by the city of West Palm Beach, I'm supposed to consider the gravity of the violation, the time it took to come into compliance, whether the applicant took proactive action. Most of these actually are favorable to you, Mr. Jared. And I'm going to take that into account. I'm also going to take into account the city's costs in doing something like this. So I'm going to reduce it to a one-time fine of $1,000.
How long?
60 days.
Thank you.
Number 10, 1750 North Congress Avenue, 105, CE 180300343.
Go ahead.
Case ending in 343, 1750 North Congress, number 105. That's correct, right? I'm on the right one?
Yes.
Okay. Date ordered 5/2 of 18, fine started 6/4 of 18, ran for 368 days, total $36,800. $100 a day, date of compliance 6/7 of 19. Same owner, city's asking for standard 30%.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Annalise Rose.
And tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you.
I'm asking for the lien to be dismissed due to I had some very bad tenants living in the apartment and had the very bad communication. Their phone wasn't working, this and that. Long story short, I was not aware that the code enforcement people came in, and I was only aware of it April of this year. I had no idea because I wasn't getting any mail or anything. And the minute that I found out about it, I tried my best to fix the problem, and here I am. But I had no acknowledgement of, I had to get 2 hard money loans just to fix it up. I'm really underwater with this property. But I had no idea.
Well, there isn't really a basis for me to dismiss it.
The original
These are legitimate code sections. They were found by a magistrate. I mean, your main argument is that you didn't get notice, but that's primarily because I presume the city sent the notice to whatever the address was in the property appraiser's records, I presume, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, but the people there were not cooperating with me at all. And I'm sure they were aware of this, and they, just to spite me, they didn't tell me anything about it.
Sir, the city will concede the tenants brought it to our attention, conditions inside. Whether or not it was caused by the tenants, we certainly have no idea and no horse in that race. But one of the violations was also not having a rental license, which would not be the tenant's fault.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, you didn't even have a rental license on a property that you were renting.
Yes, well, because when I had bought the property, I had bought the renters came with it, and by the time I could even, I didn't even have time to get the rental license and all of that. There were some things that I was not aware of that I needed to do immediately. So.
What's the city's asking for 30% here?
Yes, sir.
Can it be reduced at all? This is my first time.
And that's
Sir,
a little over 10,000.
11,040. I'm seeing here the property was purchased in October of 2017. The case was cited March of 2018, so 5 months would be enough time to apply for a rental license at least.
But all that time, I had a hard time getting them out. I had to evict them. They weren't cooperating with me at all.
So why was this property in such bad shape, ma'am?
Apparently there was a leak coming from the roof that shared the wall, spread between the kitchen and the bathroom. So I had to fix all of that. And I'm sure they knew about it and they didn't let me know.
What are you doing with the property now?
Sorry?
What's going on the property now?
Well, I fixed it and I'm, wanted to do this process immediately, but I'd like to sell immediately.
I'll reduce it to 10%, $3,680 payable within
Thank you.
60 days.
Thank you.
Okay, back
I guess that brings us back to number 4.
Number 4, 335 Elmar Road, CE 15010008.
I suspect this one might take a while.
All right. All right, sir. So tell me what's going on here.
Well, I'm going to go to the end because you started all the others that way. And how much am I asking? Well, what am I asking for? I'm asking that the lien be reduced to $593.92. And the way I calculated that, the fine arose as a result
It's a very specific amount.
It's very specific. My client, who's here today, rented the property. She didn't have a license, and that's why we're here today. If she had applied for the permit properly, the first year, she would have paid $123.59, and that's broken up $38.59 for the application fee, $50 for the certificate of use, $25 for code enforcement, and $10 for zoning. For the following 6 years, she would have paid $58.59 per year to renew the license. So the total she would have paid, had she applied for the license, was $475.13. There's a 25% penalty, the way I understand the ordinance, which is $118.79, and that's how I arrived at $593.92. Now, the reasons. My client is 76 years old. She is the Administrative Director of Health Services for Purchase College of the State University of New York. She purchased the home in 2002. Family members lived in the home. At some point in time, she decided around 2013 to sell the home. Her neighbor, a lady by the name of Patricia Ricault, who also goes by the name of Patricia Delgardio, represented to her that she was a licensed real estate broker. She agreed to look after the home as the property manager and to try to rent and sell the home. Ms. Delgardio lived at 327 Elmar Road, a couple of doors down. In December of 2013 or January of 2014, she brought two folks to Ms. Belusio and indicated that they were looking to rent the home with an option to purchase. Tab 1 is the notice of intent to enter into a lease and a contract for sale. No closing was ever scheduled. The prospective buyers deposited a deposit with, I'll refer to her as Ricault, which was never returned to the buyers nor received by Ms. Belusio. $15,000 gone. We wound up having to evict the tenants as no closing was imminent. The deposit was still never found, and there were rent payments that the tenants paid to Ms. Ricault, which were never forwarded to my client. The details concerning the transaction with the prospective buyer that never closed is set forth in my letter to the Florida Real Estate Commission, which is offered as an exhibit together with the letter from the DBPR in tabs 11 and 12. The letter is the letter of the investigator forwarding the results of their investigation to the legal department in Tallahassee, where it's currently pending. She was supposed to be, Delgadio Regault was supposed to be Adrian's property manager. I've attached, excuse me, in tabs 3 and 4, 2 emails from the real estate agency. I've highlighted the 2 portions. Excuse me, I said 3 and 4, it's 2 and 3. 2 is an email dated January 31st, 2018. The relevant portion is that they admitted Patricia Regault, hired by Adrian Belusio as a private landlord owner and working with Pablo Azar, he's the broker, 2016 through 2018.
Sir, if it'll help at all, we see most of the city is willing to concede that the owner was duped by the fraudulent actions of her own agent. If that'll help you at all.
That helps. I'd like to, it won't be too long. Regault's real estate license was revoked by the DBPR on September 27, 2016, after it had been previously suspended in August of 2015, and that's tab 13 and 14. Her license complaint details are detailed in tab 15. The CBS television affiliate in West Palm Beach did a story in 2018 on Regault Delgadio, which was published in a Canadian real estate publication. That story is attached to tab 11 as Exhibit 9. I didn't tab that, and I apologize. And that basically sets forth that she was ripping off everybody. Ms. Regault, the property manager, never advised Adrian that she needed a business license and never advised Adrian that the property had been cited. Now, this is critical. If you look at tab 4, the inspections events detail on the city's Development Services website includes the following comment on February 22nd, 2013. Quote, "Be advised a copy of the violation notice/hearing also mailed to the property manager, Ms. Patricia Regault of Metro New Homes and Interior, RE at 6108 South Dixie Highway." So I assume that they were mailing it to the home and they were mailing it to the property manager. Ms. Belusio did not live at the home. The property manager was responsible for the home. She arguably received 2 notices, one left at the residence she was managing, and one mailed directly to her as the property manager, and did nothing about it. And Ms. Belusio would testify that she never knew about the problem. Now, a review of the public records of the Palm Beach County Clerk of Courts indicates a judgment for $25,000 in tab 5, a judgment against Regault for $3,100, tab 6. These were all cases where she took money and basically stole it. Tab 7 is one for a $2,000 deposit, was never returned, or part of it was never returned. Tab 8 was $10,450 that Regault accepted that she never returned. Tab 9, a $2,500 deposit. And tab 10 was a $300 deposit. In virtually all of these cases, Regault never even showed up in court, and the judgments were entered as defaults. As I said, we made a complaint to the DBPR, and the DBPR acknowledged that the file is now in legal. I believe that the fine the city is seeking was $101,000, and for the reasons I set forth, we are asking that she accepts her responsibility, my client, to have paid the licensing fee and the penalty of 25%. And we would ask the court, the hearing officer, to reduce the amount to $593.92. I mean, she's truly a victim, and she's a senior citizen who's truly a victim. And this woman has victimized many people, and we're not stopping with the DBPR, but that's for another day.
What's the city's position?
Disagree with several points, starting with almost done. Again, well, we agree they were duped by their own agent, but the key point there, now this is critical, is it was their own agent. It's still their responsibility. We understand the situation, and we do understand it's an elderly owner, but the city hasn't asked for the full $101,000, as he says we're asking for. We hadn't gotten to that point yet. The city's asking for 10% of that in light of the situation. So the city's already willing to reduce it 90%. Certainly not agreeing to reduce it to $593.93. We applaud the diligence and the math, but disagree that that would be a just resolution.
I listened to the criteria that you set forth for reducing the fee, and we act as soon as we found out about this. You know, the order that they're basing their $101,000 or $10,000 on says that the city was authorized to foreclose on the lien after 3 months. We didn't find out about this until we had a contract to sell the property, and obviously it showed up in a title search, and we immediately took care of it with the city in terms of asking for this, and there were some other issues. Those have all been taken care of. It's more of a moral thing than a legal thing here with this. You know, for a woman to be getting away with this, she's going to walk free, and has for years. And you know, a senior citizen is going to get.
That's a little beyond the scope of my authority. I generally don't arrest anybody.
No, I'm not asking you to do that. I just think that the other side of the coin is that I understand why we're here. I understand code violations and the purpose, but this woman is truly a victim, and she doesn't have the money to even pay this. I mean, we have a contract to sell it, so we'll be able to pay whatever you decide is fair. But you know, the morality comes in not with the perpetrator, but with the victim.
I'll say this. I mean, part of my role here is to try and do equity.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I certainly, I read through the documents you presented, and it does sound as if your client was taken advantage of, and sadly, that's not as uncommon as we would like it to be. But I also have to weigh the equities for the city as well, which is why does the city have these code violations? You know, why do these codes exist? And some of that is for the safety, including the tenants and the neighbors and people like that as well.
Understood.
And I can't set the example that it's enough to hire somebody even if they prove to be less than honest and not keep an eye on your property, because the responsibility ultimately falls on the person that owns it.
Well, it was more than hiring somebody. It was hiring somebody who at the time was a quote-unquote professional and held a license with the state of Florida as a real estate agent who was qualified, allegedly, to be a property manager. It's not like she just hired the neighbor. She hired somebody who had a license to do what she was doing. And that makes it even more of a victimization. And the Department of Business and Professional Regulation will take care of that. I understand that's not your bailiwick, but again, she's the victim.
Yeah, she certainly is, and I hope the resolution. What I'm willing to do in this case is I'll reduce it 95% down to $5,000 payable within 60 days.
Could I just, and I appreciate that, Could we, I'm not sure how long it's going to,
Do you need more time?
I've been playing with this for 2 years now. Yeah, if we could have 120, is there a process by which I could come back and ask for more time? If I can't get it closed in 60? If not, I would ask for 120.
There's no process to come back, but there's no objection to 120 days either.
Why don't we just make it 180? That's an easy round number.
Thank you very much.
I do not. Mhm.
By the way, could I say one other thing? I know when you win, you're supposed to leave the room, but I've worked with a lot of cities in these types of matters. The code enforcement and the building department in this city are to be commended. They are the most helpful, courteous, and nice people that one could hope to deal with, and I thank you all. I appreciate
Yes, they are.
it.
Yes, they are.
I guess. That's so foreign. Okay.
We'll get you if you need you.
Okay. I was unaware that I could do that. Don't want to make it a practice.
.40 Amador Lane, number 5, CE 19030365. .38 540 Amador Lane, number 5.
Officer Lester.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It has been a remarkably long morning.
No problem. All righty. Officer Luster, West Palm Code Enforcement. I cited this property for rental license and certificate of use. I posted the property on 7/5/19. This is a renewal of the rental license. I'm asking for 10 days or $100 per day. Owner's information is valid, all good. Has no response from owner.
So this is a rental license?
Yep.
And we know the property is being rented how?
Yep, it's being rented.
How do we know it's being rented?
Yeah, the water's it's on in the tenant's name. The owner's phone number is still good.
All right, so there's a tenant in the property?
Yeah,
Okay.
he just chooses not to respond, I guess.
All right, in case CE 19030365, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of Code Sections 18162A and 2232A. They have 10 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 39 850 Millbrae Court 6, CE 19030371.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was rented, cited for rental license, certificate of use. Cert mail was signed on 4/2/19. Property was posted on 7/3/19. This is also a renewal of rental license. Property owner is an out-of-state property owner, and I'm asking for the regular 10 days or $100 per day.
And there's still a tenant on this property?
This tenant resides.
All right, in case CE 19030371, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A, respondent has 10 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day, Mayor.
Thank you.
Number 40, 950 Marina Del Rey Lane 4, CE 1904037.
You said 4319?
Number 40, 950 Marina Del Rey Lane number 4.
Okay, I don't have numbers on mine. Thank you. Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for a business tax license. Business tax renewals went out last July for upcoming fiscal year. Property was posted on 7/3/19. This is a renewal. I'm asking for 10 days or $100 per day, one-time fine. I'm sorry, one-time fine. Really, it's been a long day.
This, whatever this business is, behavioral?
Yes, it's some kind of secure behavioral transport.
And they're still operating to the best of your
Phone
knowledge?
number is good. I have not spoken to anyone. It is a home-based business, which don't even require us to inspect. But he's received the renewals, he received the cert mail, he received the posting, no response.
And as far as you know, this is still operating as a business?
As far as I know, it's still operating.
All right, in case CE 1904037, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, if on the property in violation of Code Section 82144, respondent has 10 days to come to compliance or a one-time fine of $100.
Thank you.
Number 106 South Robbins Drive, CE 190400375.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This is a business tax renewal. Property was posted on 7/5/19. I have spoke with the business owner, and I have had no response in regards to coming in and actually paying the fine. So I'm asking for the 10 days or the one-time fine of $100.
All right, KCE 190400375, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 82144. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or a one-time fine of $100.
Thank you.
Number 42 740 Malibu Bay Drive, number 203, CE 190400409.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Property was posted on 7/3/19. I spoke with the business owner, Mr. Marlon Wilburn, and informed him in regards to the delinquent license. This is a renewal. And at that time, he said he would come in and pay it. It has not been paid. I was notified by our city engineer that this person no longer resides at 740 Malibu, and he gave me the new address for the business. So I had the violation rewritten, posted 4913 Pinewood Avenue, and also spoke with the business owner's mother. So I'm asking for the 10 days or the one-time fine of $100.
It was very industrious of you.
Yeah, I try.
All right, KCE 190400409, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 82144. Respondent has 10 days to pay or a fine of one-time fine of $100.
Number 43 1558 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, number B2, CE 190500036.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for business tax license and certificate of use. I posted the property on 7/3/19. It is still an active business. I went to the location, tried to get it signed off on a hand delivery. No one would speak with me, so I went ahead and posted it at the site. I'm asking for the 10 days one-time fine of $100 for the 82144 business tax. I'm also asking for $100 per day for the certificate of use.
Did they previously have a certificate of use?
Yeah. It's an actual business.
All right, in case CE 190500036, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of Code Section 2232A, certificate of use, and 82144. Hereby give the respondent 10 days to obtain their business tax receipt or a one-time fine of $100. I give them 10 days to obtain their certificate of use or a daily fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 44 is complied, 2450 Presidential Way, 208, CE 190500146. Number 45, 1500 North Congress Ave, 8302, CE 190500147.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for a rental license and certificate of use. Cert mail was signed on 5/9/19. I posted the property on 7/3/19. This is a renewal of rental license and certificate of use. Tenants are residing at unit. I'm asking 10 days or $100 per day.
You said that there's a tenant in the property?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 1905047, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Thank you.
Number 47 is complied, 1704 Georgia Ave, CE 190602277. Number 48 is complied, 3217 South Olive Ave, CE 190600328. Number 49, 520 Canuga Drive, CE 190603330.
Richard Pasmino, Code Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited June 19th, 2019. Certified mail was sent on June 21st, 2019. The property was posted June 21st, 2019. This property was cited for garbage can placement, unpaved parking, and screening of restricted vehicles. I've had regular contact with the tenant at the property who owns the boat and with the owner of the property. The tenant of the boat, the owner of the boat is out of the state and won't be back till the beginning of August to move the boat. And the homeowner is understanding, and he isn't able to give notice to him anyway since he's out of state. He has no address for him. The city's recommendation is for 30 additional days to move the boat or $100 a day fine until compliance is achieved. The garbage can placement was taken care of immediately. And that's it.
Are we just on the screening issue? Is that it?
Yes, screening the boat and it's on unpaved surface.
It certainly is. That's a rather large boat for that size house, huh?
Definitely.
All right, in case CE 190603330, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 9442A, 9447B. 5, respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Number 50, 1901 Florida Avenue, CE 190603333.
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited June 19th, 2019. Certified mail was sent June 21st, 2019, and the property was posted June 21st, 2019. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, failure to comply, and trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way. I have had contact with the owner of the property who complied most of the violations, including the overgrowth and the hanging of the trees that were obstructing the right-of-way. They have begun work on the property for another violation that I cited them for. The remaining violation is the pile of vegetation on the street that needs to be removed. That would fall under the clean and sanitary code. So the city is asking for 15 additional days for the property to come into compliance, or the city's asking for an order to abate the remaining violations.
You want to abate, huh?
Yes.
Tell me why.
The owner has had time to take care of it, and they have not put any kind of effort into removing that. They believe the city would remove it with the sanitation services, and it poses a threat to the neighborhood.
They left just a giant pile of
yeah, the pictures will come up.
property debris on the adjacent to the property. Is that it?
Correct. It'll pop up.
While we're popping that up, do you believe that condition constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach?
Yes, I do.
By providing habitat for small animals and rodents?
Yes, and a lot of that stuff could wash up into the road. It's right on the swale, and it's been there for over a week.
So it could be a travel hazard as well?
Correct.
All right, in case CE 190603333, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106A. Give the respondent 15 days to bring the property into compliance. In the absence of compliance, I hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Number 51 is complied, 608 Alvarado, CE 190604229. Number 52 is complied, 607 Alvarado, CE 190604445. Number 53 is complied, 605 Piedmont Road, CE 190600505. Number 54, 840 High Street. Is that complied? CE 190600510, that is complied. Number 55, 1400 13th Street, CE 190503343.
Good afternoon, Officer Cartwright.
Good afternoon. Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1400 13th Street was originally cited on May 16th of 2019 for unsanitary conditions, inoperative vehicle, obstruction of right-of-way, outdoor storage. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on June 18th of 2019, as well as City Hall. The obstruction of right-of-way violation has been corrected. All other violations are still current. There's been no contact by the owner. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 20 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Tell me about the violations on this property. So what's the clean and sanitary issue? Is it the junk on the side there?
Trash and debris that was inside the property. As you can see, there's a small pile of it in the front. There was a bunch of trash and debris on the swale area. They actually cleaned that up, but I couldn't comply it because there's still more of it on the inside. The inoperative vehicle hasn't moved in about 3 months.
That white car?
Correct. Then there was another vehicle that was parked along the sidewalk from the street across the sidewalk, so no one could actually walk on the sidewalk. They would have to walk around in the street.
So they moved that one?
They did move that, correct.
And outdoor storage, is that?
The outdoor storage, there's tires, and there are barbecue grills on the far right side of the property.
So really all we're talking about is cleaning up the property, moving the, or fixing the vehicle.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Moving the outdoor storage. Yep. All right, 20 days seems reasonable to me. KCE 190503343, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106A, 34102A, and 9471C. Respondent has 20 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 56 is complied, 1331 North Mangonia Drive, CE 190505543. Number 57 is complied, 1335 North Mangonia Drive, CE 190505544. Number 58, 1104 22nd Street, CE 190600021.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1104 22nd Street was originally cited on June 4th of 2019 for windows needing screens, repair of exterior walls, repair of interior walls, repair of external doors and windows, repair of external stairway, repair of bathroom and kitchen floors, exterior paint, unsanitary conditions, excessive overgrowth, repair of electrical plant panel and electrical outlets. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on June 4th of 2019, as well as posted in City Hall. All violations are current. There's been no contact with the owner at all. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 30 days or $500 a day thereafter.
I assume you're seeking $500 because of the seriousness of the violation?
Yes, sir. Getting some information from one of the tenants. The electricity has been off at this property probably about 3 times within the last 4 months, and they do not have the opportunity to turn the electricity on because the owner's name is on the account. So when they call into FP&L, they will not give them any information at all. Strictly the owner is the only one that can have the services turned back on.
So the roof, and I saw some pictures of holes in the walls. Is there also issues with the roof?
Are you talking about the eaves of the roof or on the top?
I'm just trying to make sure that there's factual basis for each one.
Yeah, the outside eaves of the roof, as you can see along the top up there, that's all basically dry rot from, I guess, rain settling on the top.
All right, so that's 18103B.
Correct.
There's no screens in the window, or are there some windows missing screens?
I think there's one screen on probably about half of the building.
Okay.
And the rest of it's trash, debris, and unsanitary conditions on the
The
outside.
interior walls, I can see from the pictures that there's
Correct.
disrepair. External doors and windows, I can see disrepair.
Correct.
I can see disrepair on the stairway. What's the issue with the bathroom and kitchen floors?
There's huge chunks of tile that are actually missing that have been chipped up. They've asked the landlord repeatedly to have that replaced, and they've gotten no answer from them.
It's like exterior paint needs there, and I can see all the trash and debris.
Correct.
Excessive, what's the excessive growth?
That would be the vegetation at the back of the property that's overgrown and growing on top of the roof in the back.
And we already discussed the electrical service, okay. And so you want 30 days? All right, case CE 1906021, I make the following findings of fact and law. I notice is sufficient enough from the property in violation of all of the listed code sections to give the respondent 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $500 per day may issue.
Number 59 is complied. 1034 Adams Street, CE 1906017. Number 60, 1010 Adams Street A, CE 1906019.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1010 Adams Street was originally cited on June 11th of 2019 for clean and unsanitary conditions, inoperative vehicles, unpaved parking. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on June 11th of 2019, as well as posted in City Hall. All violations are still current. I have made some contact with the owner. She is unable to walk. She's 86 years old. Her daughter flies frequently back and forth, who's basically supposed to be watching the property. So it's taking her a little bit longer to get some of the violations corrected. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 40 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So basically we're talking about the garbage and the cars.
Correct.
All right.
The overgrowth that you can see from the back is from the property on the far left side. That tree is on their property line.
It's a big tree.
Right there where that vehicle's covered, the tree is actually planted on another parcel on the other side. So I have made contact with that owner. That's a separate case that's being handled.
Okay, well, let's not go there then.
Correct.
Case CE 1906019. Make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106A, 34102A, and 94482A, give the respondent 40 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 61 is rescheduled. 1907 North Tamron Avenue, CE 190600209. Number 62 is complied. 1909 North Tamron Ave, CE 190600215. Number 63, 2018 Beautiful Ave 1, CE 190600300.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 2018 Beautiful Avenue was originally cited on June 20th of 2019 for unsanitary conditions, exterior paint, excessive overgrowth, landscape maintenance, address characters, outdoor storage, landscaping of swale areas. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on June 20th of 2019, as well as posted in City Hall. All violations are still current. I have made contact with the owners, which are, it's a property management company that has started some of the process of cleaning up, but nothing's been 100% complied. The city's asking that the property come into compliance within 30 days or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, I can see the paint. The clean and sanitary issue, is that associated with the debris that's out there?
Yes.
What's the excessive growth?
On the back side of the property, there is, right there along the side.
Landscape maintenance, I can see.
That whole strip, yeah, that whole strip, that also ties into the swale area as well.
Missing sod, it looks like there. What's the inoperable vehicle? Is it that?
On the far left corner, there are two inoperative vehicles. I believe one of them is a van, correct, the silver van, and then the white vehicle on the other side to the left of the van. Correct, that's correct. She said she did make contact with the tenants who own the vehicle, and they're in the process of trying to move those. But again, nothing's been 100%
Is the numbering
compliant.
not up? Numbering standards? Is the address not listed on the?
No, that it looks like someone took a Sharpie and wrote that address up there, so they need address characters.
Landscaping, I can see. Outdoor storage, I can see. All right. KC 1906030, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of all of the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Number 64, 1030 State Street, CE 190605338.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1030 State Street was originally cited on June 26 of 2019 for unsanitary conditions, excessive overgrowth, securing vacant property, painting of boards on secured property, failure to comply, boarding certificate, and garbage can placement. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on June 26 of 2019, as well as City Hall. All violations are still current. The city is asking for a split order on this. Basically, what we're looking for is the property to come into compliance in 5 days or abatement for the securing of the vacant property, the overgrowth, and the painting of the boards. And then they're asking for $50 a day for the garbage can placement.
All right, let me see if I got your request here. So the city is seeking an abatement when it comes to excessive growth.
Correct.
The paint. And the secure vacant property.
That's correct.
Well, why do you have to abate the paint?
Well, with the paint, if our contractors were to get involved, or the actual process for the boarding certificate is once you do it, the boards have to be painted the same color as the structure. So when we're doing the actual abatement, our contractor would then go in, board up everything, and paint all of the boards the same color as the structure.
So if you're going to secure the building, you're going to paint
Correct.
it. So that leaves us the clean and sanitary.
They would be doing that with the abatement as well.
All right, so we're going to do that. So the only thing that's not, that you're not
Is the garbage
requesting be
can.
abated is the garage, the garbage can?
That's correct. We'd like to get it boarded up as soon as possible. People are using it for drug activity and some other stuff, so.
All right. If you think the condition of the property constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare, it's habitat for vagrancy, drugs, other stuff, I can give you an immediate abatement.
Yes, sir, absolutely, I'd like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You think all those things are true, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's more important that you say it than I say it. Right? All right. In case CE 1906053, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106A, 18106B, 18214A, and 18214B. I make further finding that said violations constitute a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach. I order the respondent to immediately come into compliance, and I hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all of those violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner. I further find the respondent in violation of 7434A1J. I give the respondent 5 days to bring the property into compliance. I don't even know, did you ask for an amount there? $50 per day? Yeah. You know what, let's make it $25 per day.
Okay.
Number 65, 712 59th Street, CE 190400092.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's been a long morning, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code, 712 59th Street. Property was cited on June the 26th. Certified mail was sent June 27th. Received. City Hall and was posted July 1st. Property was cited for 18-103E.
You posted the property too, right?
Say again?
You said City Hall was posted, but you posted the property too?
Yes, the property was cited on June the 26th.
All right, I'm sorry, keep going.
74-4-B-1, 94-442-C-1, 94-482A, and 94-71-C, and 18-265. Compliant violations, 18265, 94-442-C-1, 94-482-A, 18-103E. Remaining violations, 74-4-B-1, 94-71-C, 18-106A. City requesting 30 days and $100 a day afterwards. I spoke to the representative of the property about 3 weeks ago. He assured me that things will be taken care of, but I haven't heard back from him since.
So there's still trash and debris on this property?
Yes, yes, sir.
Well, I don't typically see 74-4B1 all that often. There's actually an appliance on here?
Yeah, there's a, if you look, there's a washer and a dryer outside on the west side of the door.
And there's other outdoor storage as well?
Yeah, there's to the west side of the property. Most of the stuff.
All right, in case CE 190400092, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106A, 74-4B1, and 94-71C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. Measure.
Number 66, 712 59th Street, CE 190400589.
The property was cited June 26th. Certified mail was sent June 27th. Certified mail received. Property, City Hall cited, well, City Hall posted July 1st. Property was cited for 94-6. Non-compliance as of yet. City requesting 30 days or $100 a day afterwards.
So what's going on here?
They're using the garage as an apartment in the back. There should be a picture of a guy walking around it.
Is there somebody living in there?
Yeah, they're actually, I think he's in one of the, there's two cases up under, there he is, right there, yeah.
And there's no permit on file or anything like that?
Nah, no permit, nothing for changing it. Yeah, that was a good one.
And what remedy are you seeking?
Well, in light of it, 30 days and $100 a day afterwards.
All right, in case CE 190400589, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice sufficient from the property in violation of 94-6, the respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Number 67, 431 53rd Street, CE 190500084.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code compliance. Property was cited on June the 26th. Certified mail sent June 27th. Certified mail received. City Hall was posted July the 1st. Property was cited for 18-100, 18-106-B, 78-6, 94-71C. No compliant violations. Have had no contact with the owners of this property. City requesting 30 days or $100 a day afterwards.
What's the egress issue? Is it just the junk in front of the door?
Yeah, there's the parking, all that outside storage, chairs, lawn and stuff. There's mattresses out there, pottery, all sorts of things.
Are people parking on the grass? Is that 9442A?
Say again?
9482A, the parking?
That's parking requirements. That's the parking on the other side.
They're parking on the grass?
Yep.
Are there no apartment numbers on here?
There's characters that I want it's turned sideways. You can't tell if it's a 3 or E or anything like that.
I can see the excessive growth. All right, in case CE 190500084, Make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18100, 18106B, 786, 9442A, 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Number 68, 415 58th Street, CE 1905038.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. Property was cited May the 17th. Certified mail was sent May the 20th. Certified mail received. City Hall posted June 7th. Property was cited for 18-103E, 18-103-B, 18-103C. No compliant violations as of this point. City requesting 30 days, $100 a day afterwards.
So what's the external doors and windows here?
Say again?
The external doors and windows issue here?
Yeah, there's gaps and there's water getting in the front door and the windows there. There's water in between the window sills and the drywall on the interior, and there's mold all over the place.
Yeah, and I can see the condition of the interior walls is not good. All right, in case CE 1905038, make the following findings of fact and law. If notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18103E and 18103C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 69, 706 57th Street, CE 1906068.
Robert Watkins, City Hall, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. Property was cited on June 10th. Certified mail was sent June 12th. Certified mail received. City Hall was posted July 1st. This property was cited for 18-100, 34-102A, 74-34-A-1-J, 94-442-C-1, and 94-487-B-1. Compliant violations 74-34-A-1-J, 94-442-C-1, and 18-100. Remaining violations 34-102A and 94-487-B-1. Have contact with the owner. City requesting 30 days or $100 a day after.
So the only thing we have left is the abandoned vehicle or junk vehicle?
Yes, the junk vehicle, and there's one other.
What is that? Is that a
There's
boat?
an RV in the back, and there's a boat in the back. So he just has to remove those.
And those are both still on the property the last time you checked?
As of yesterday, they are.
All right, in case CE 1906068, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 34-102A and 94-447B1. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Number 71, 724 51st Street, CE 1906026.
724 51st Street, Code Officer Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. Property was cited on June 12th. Certified mail was sent June 13th. Certified mail was returned. City Hall was posted July 1st. Property was cited for 18-106G, 78-94C, 34-102A, 94-442-C-1, 94-482A, and 94-71C. No violations are complied. City is requesting 30 days or $100 a day afterwards. No contact with the owner.
All right, let's see what we got here. All right, I see the paint. I see the swale. Is that front car the junk or abandoned vehicle?
Yes, that was the rear of it with seats and everything on the side of the house.
Certainly need landscaping. I see the parking on unimproved surfaces. Where's the outdoor storage? Or is it that couch out there?
Yeah, their couch, there's car seats and couches.
All right, in case CE 1906026, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106G, 7894C, 34102A, 94442C1, 94482A, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per may issue. $100 per day may issue, sorry.
Number 72, 412 34th Street, CE 190602664.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. Property was cited on June the 13th. Certified mail was sent June 14th. Certified mail was returned. City Hall was posted July 1st. Property was cited for 94-446-2-B-1 and 94-446-2-B3. No fines were, nothing was compliant, no violations. One-time fee of $250 what the city requesting for wrecking the tree.
Wow. That's a pretty good hat rack.
Yeah, it was very mushroom tops now.
Is that tree salvageable?
Nah, it's just growing out of the top right in this well now.
All right, in case CE 1906024, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 944462B1, 944462B3. Make further findings said violations are irreparable in nature. I issue a one-time fine of $250.
Number 73, 501 53rd Street, CE 190600503.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. Property was cited on June 25th. Certified mail was sent June 26th. Certified mail received July. Property of City Hall was posted July 1st. Property was cited for 18-106B, 74-34-A-1-J, 94-71C. Compliant violations were 94-71C. Remaining violations, 18-106B, 74-34-A-1-J. City requesting 30 days or $100 a day after.
The excessive growth is the height of the grass.
Yes.
And where's the garbage can?
It's going to be along the fence, actually. When that picture comes up.
Right there.
There it is. All right, in CE 190600503, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of 18106B and 7434A1J. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 74, 628 53rd Street, CE 190605551.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on June 26th. Certified mail was sent June 27th. Certified mail received. City Hall was posted on July 1st. Property was cited for 18-106-B, 18-106M. Nothing complied as of yet. No violation. The city is requesting 30 days or $100 per day afterwards.
This is a vacant lot?
Yes.
And it's not maintained, so you're 30 days, 100, is that what you're seeking?
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Say
30
again?
days, 100, was
Yes.
that what you're seeking? Okay. CE 190605551, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of 18106M. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 75, 727 50th Street, CE 190700023.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on July 1st. Certified mail sent July 2nd. Certified mail received. City Hall was posted July 8th. Property was cited for 18-106M, 18-106-B, 74-4-C-3. No compliant violations. City requesting 30 days or $100 a day afterwards.
Somebody living on this property?
Yes, there is.
It's a jungle. All right, KCE 190700023. I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property plainly in violation of 18106B, 18106M, and 744C3. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 76 is complied, 1422 7th Street, CE 190400401. Number 77, 1392 7th Street, CE 190400402.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited April 20th. Certified mail was sent on April 24th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on May 8th. This property was cited for 1813B, 18106A, 7434A1J, and 944462. I've had no contact with the owner. The property has complied with 7434A1J and 944462. At this time, the city is asking for additional 60 days or $100 per day for the rest of the violations until compliance is achieved.
What's outstanding?
The roof issue. I believe last he called me, he told me they were trying to work something out with the insurance or something like that.
So 18103B is the only outstanding section?
Yeah.
Okay. In CE 190400402, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18103B. I will give the respondent 60 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 78 is complied, 1001 North Australian, CE 190500214. Number 79 is complied, 1105 North Dixie, CE 190500240. Number 80, 634 11th, CE 190500245.
What number? 80. Okay, sorry. Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on May 10th. Certified mail was signed for on May 16th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on May 29th. This property was cited for 1813B, 1813C, 1813H, 1813I, 1816A, 1816C, 1816E, 9445B1E, and 9485G. I've had no contact with the owner. At this time, the city is asking for additional 30 days or $300 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, well, let's go back. You threw a lot of code sections in there.
Okay.
So let's create a factual record based on them. Let's see. We got 18103B as the roof, walls, and foundation. What's the deal there?
It's leaking. I walked through several units, and I know they had a permit to replace the roof, I believe, sometimes last year, but it's still leaking, which they're aware of.
Okay, I can see that leak
yeah,
there.
at the time I did the inspection, they actually, one of the maintenance guys were there, and I pointed all of this out to them too, so.
All right, I can see that the leaking is causing the damage to the interior walls and floors.
Yeah. And this is actually like the bottom unit, and that's someone's tub literally pushing through.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so.
Bathroom and kitchen floors. Okay, I can see that. They're coming up. What's the equipment maintenance?
Oh, I do want to apologize. They have complied with the equipment maintenance. Yesterday, I went. They fixed the refrigerator that wasn't working.
Clean and sanitary. Okay,
Still
I
applies.
can see that.
Yeah.
Drainage.
I'm not sure if the picture's going to show up, but it's their AC unit and not having the proper, I guess, pipe for the water to not stay stagnant.
So the water's sort of
Yeah.
collecting up there and becoming stagnant?
Yeah, right in front of the property.
There's a extermination section, 18106E. Are there rodents or insects?
Yeah, I also asked for them to send me at least an invoice or something stating that they were actually taking care of. I haven't received anything yet, so.
Are the residents complaining about it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's some evidence of it in the units as you're walking through it.
All right, parking, is the lot not paved correctly or
Yeah.
not marked?
It's a lot of pictures, I'm sorry.
Property looks like it needs some work.
It does, there it goes.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see the marking is incorrect and the traffic control aids, I can see the wheel stops need to be reinstalled correctly. Okay. All right, in case CE 1905025, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of all of the listed code sections except for 18103I. The respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance. A fine of $300 per day may issue.
Number 81, 1369th Court, CE 190500326.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on May 15th. Certified mail was signed for on June 4th. This property was cited for 105.1, 1816A, 7434A1J, 78-6, and 9471C. I've had no contact with the owner. At this time, the city is asking for additional 15 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Typically, we give 30. Why 15?
Because these are very minimal items.
Yeah.
I mean, they were cited since May. It's as simple as removing the shutters from the windows, putting your garbage can in the back, and the numbering standards. You can go to Home Depot and spend like $10 and get address characters, and that really could be fixed in a couple of days.
105.1, the failure to secure a building permit?
For the shutters.
Oh, is that for the shutters?
Yes, sir.
Is that one relatively easy to obtain?
I'm sorry?
That's a permit that's relatively easy to obtain?
Yeah.
No? Yes, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure it's doable within 15 days.
I mean, it's doable. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if they opt to get the permit, I guess they would need a little bit more time. But it's just as simple as removing the shutters because they don't have a permit in the system.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really as simple as removing them.
Yeah, okay, so that's easy enough.
Yeah.
The clean and sanitary, is that just the garbage around the building?
Yeah, garbage and just a little outdoor storage that they had.
Okay. All right, in case CE 190500326, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 105.1, 18106A, 7434A1J, 786, 9471C. Respondent has 15 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 82, 618 9th Street, CE 190500438.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on May 21st. Certified mail was sent on May 22nd. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on May 29th. This property was cited for 1813B, 1813E, 1813J, 1816A, 3412A, and 9442C1. I've had no contact with the owner. The property has complied with 3412A. At this time, the city is asking for additional 60 days or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Did you say 60 days?
Yes.
They removed the abandoned vehicle,
Yeah, they removed that.
but they still have issues with the roof and walls?
Yeah, and because it's been boarded up for so long, that's the only reason I'm giving it this amount of time, just in case they have to replace the windows and all that stuff. We're not sure what's behind the boards.
I can see the paint issue,
Yeah.
I can see the clean and sanitary, and I can see outside storage. I see landscaping, okay. KCE 190500438, make the following findings of fact and law. I notice it's sufficient from the property in violation of 18103B, 18103E, 18103J, 18106A, and 94442C1. Responded to 60 days to bring the property in compliance or $100 per day.
Number 83, 1500 11th Street, CE 190500594.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on May 15th. Certified mail was signed for on June 4th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on June 6th. The property was cited for 86-226 and 94482A. At this time, the city is only asking for a finding of fact.
So they were parking on the swales and on paved surfaces?
Yes, it's a continuous. As you can see, the different vehicles constantly are there. I've spoken to them, sent notices, and they had a time to comply by it, and they refused to do it.
Okay, so they didn't comply by the compliance date in the notice of...
Well, yeah, they were complied as of yesterday, so I'll give them that, but just for future references, that's why I wanted to do the finding of fact.
in case CE 190505994, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property has been in violation of 86226 and 94482A.
Number 84, 1374 9th Street, CE 190500604.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on May 31st. Certified mail was sent on June 4th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on June 6th. This property was cited for 1816A, 78-1, 86-226, and 94482A. I've had no contact with the owner. The property has complied with all of the violations except 78-1. At this time, the city is asking for an additional 10 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
They brought some of these into compliance?
They did everything except the 78-1, which is the obstruction of the right-of-way. As you can see, the vehicle still parked on the sidewalk, obstructing the public to, freely walk through.
All right, in case CE 190500604, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient on the property in violation of 78-1. I give the respondent 10 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per day.
Number 85 is complied, 1319 11th Street, CE 190604111. Number 86, 1001 North Flagler Drive, CE 1906014.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on June 21st. Certified mail was signed for on June 26th. The property was cited for 94305E and 94462. I've had contact with the owner. At this time, the city is asking for additional 10 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
So what's going on here?
They're obstructing the view of the public, honestly, just with letting the hedges get as badly overgrown as it is. And I know she actually went and tried to trim it, but the way she's trimmed it, as you can see, is still not clearing up the issue of, incoming and outgoing traffic. So she just need to trim it. Just this last piece that's left. That's it.
All right, in case CE 1906014, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 94305E, 94462. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine in the amount of $50 per day may issue.
Number 87, Clear Lake Avenue, CE 1906047.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. This property was cited on June 21st. Certified mail was sent on June 25th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on July 3rd. This property was cited for 1806A, 1806B, 18215B, 2635B, 74-4A3, and 74-4C5. I've had no contact with the owner due to this being a repeat violation and the property being out of compliance for 24 days. The city is asking for a fine of $2,400. And yeah, that's it. They complied as of yesterday.
So this is a repeat violation?
Repeat violation. There was a finding of fact that was issued for this exact property on September 5th of 2018. And after that, the gentleman did call me, and I did explain to him what would happen the next time that he let this get badly overgrown as he's continuously has.
And when did you notice the property as being in repeat violation?
Well, I cited it on June 21st. I'm not sure when I took so my first picture was taken on June 19th.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I just need your testimony. So you cited on June 21st, and how many days was it out of?
24 days. At $100 per day, I come up with $2,400.
And it is now in compliance?
It is not in compliance as of yesterday.
All right, in case CE 190600427, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property was in violation of 18106A, 18106B, 18215B, 2634B, 744A3, and 744C5, and make further findings said violation constitutes a repeat violation of the code of the City of West Palm Beach. Hereby assess a fine of $100 a day for 24 days for a total fine of $2,400.
Thank you.
Number 88, 1785 North Congress Ave, CE 190500246.
So how'd you get the unlucky being here at the end?
My people just wouldn't comply with me, so. Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Property was posted on 6/28/2019. On 7/11, I received a voicemail from property management. Left them a voicemail, and to date, I've got no reply from them. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
You're asking for 200?
Yes, sir.
So they actually called you, but they didn't,
They actually called me, and they also called one of my co-workers there too, and we haven't been able to get in contact with them.
All right, in case CE 190500246, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A, respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 89, 1401 Village Boulevard, 1316, CE 190500257.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 5/16/2018. There is an active application in the system for a license with a balance of $337.95. They have not responded to our emails. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
So they've applied for the license, they just haven't paid for it?
They have applied for the license, they haven't paid for it, and they don't have any inspections.
All right, in case CE 190500257, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A, respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 90, 1401 Village Boulevard, 621, CE 190500258.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Again, there's an active application in the system with a balance of $337.95. No response to our emails. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
Why do people apply for these and not pick them up?
Well, we go the extra mile, sir, because the license tech, whenever she processes the application, she sends them an email with all the directions as to how to pay, who to contact. I get a copy of the email. I forward a copy of the email to them again to make sure that they get it, and still, that's why I'm here.
All right, case CE 190500258, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 91, 1401 Village Boulevard, 1336, CE 190500259.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 5/16/2019. Again, no contact. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day.
Is this another one where they applied and didn't pay, or?
No, this one hasn't applied yet.
All right, so how do we know this one's actually a rental?
Because when I went out there to do the postings on the other ones, I checked them to make sure that they are occupied.
There's a tenant in the property?
The tenant wasn't home at the time.
But you know that there's a tenant living?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In case CE 190500259, to make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A, give the respondent 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 92, 1401 Village Boulevard, 922, CE 190500261.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 5/16/2019. No contact. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
And how do we know this is a rental?
Same process.
You went out there and you verified that there's a tenant?
Yes, sir.
All right, case CE 190500261, to make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in 162A and 2232A, respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 93, 711 Mill Valley Place, CE 190500265.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. And I said failure too because the owner changed from the actual physical owner to an LLC. I contacted the owner and said, well, look, you need to change from the ownership of the property to the LLC in order for the current license to be valid. He applied for the license. I reached out to him on 7/1, leaving him a voicemail. Also sent him an email last week for him to set up the appointment to do the inspection. No response. So in order to get the license issued, we got to do an inspection of the unit. 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, KCE 190500265, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Responded has 30 days to bring the property compliance or fine of $200 per name issue.
Number 94, 867 Blue Ridge Circle, CE 190500271.
This property, too, like the previous case, the ownership change. There's an active application in the system, certified mail signed for on 5/17/2019. We got to go through the inspection in order for the license to be issued. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance. Or
This is the same respondent.
same respondent, yes. $200 a day thereafter.
All right, KCE 190500271, I make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 95, 15105 Glenmore Drive, CE 190500272.
This property, too, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. This is actually an initial application for this particular property. Certified mail was signed for on 5/17/2019. Again, reached out to the property owner, no response. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
KCE 190500272, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 96, 1401 Village Boulevard, 915, CE 190500273.
This property, too, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license, certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 5/17/2019. Again, this one, too, is change of ownership, and it requires an inspection for the license to be issued. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
So basically, this AKDK LLC changed their ownership, or at least
Yeah. AK, the initials is actually the name of the husband and wife.
and so they had to change their licenses to reflect the new ownership.
Yes, sir.
And they didn't, so you literally have like 6 cases here with them. All right, in KCE 190500273, with the following findings of fact and law, I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 97, 517 Green Springs Place, CE 190500281.
This property, too, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license. Again, this one, too, is a change of ownership. Certified mail signed for on 5/17/2019. Again, no response from the property owner. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, in case CE 190500281, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 98, 1401 Village Boulevard, 511, CE 190500350.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. The property was posted on 6/28/2019. The property failed inspection on yesterday. We have about 6 screens missing from the windows in this property. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
Does the respondent know that they failed the inspection?
Respondent was there yesterday.
Yeah, they were there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, in case CE 190500350, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 2232A and 18162A. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue. They know what they need to do, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She was actually arguing with me that the association is responsible for the screens, and she was going to sue the city if we stop her from renting the property. So
it's probably more than I needed to know.
Number 99, 1401 Village Boulevard, 1618, CE 190500351.
this property, too, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Property was posted on 6/28/2019. Again, this property too failed inspection for missing screens and water stripping around the front door. Respondent was present during the inspection. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, in case CE 1905031, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 100, 1401 Village Boulevard, 417, CE 190050503.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Property was posted on 5/31/2019. I've had no contact with the property owner. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter. The property is occupied with a tenant.
All right, in case CE 190500503, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or a fine of up to $200 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Number 101-107 South Chillingworth Drive, CE 190400208.
Last but not least, huh?
Take it easy, because we're a little hungry. Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 16th, the property at 107 South Chillingworth Drive was cited for landscape maintenance. Remove stumps, replace trees taken out, and maintain dead grass. Trash can placement, and outdoor storage. Property was posted May 21st, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 17th, 2019. Certified mail was received May 18th, 2019. This was actually an inspection report. I did have conversations with the property owner. I documented it with an inspection report. He took care of the grass, the outdoor storage, and the trash can placement. But there are 3 stumps that are still remaining on the property. Property owner is aware that those stumps need to be removed. Taking that into consideration, city's recommending 30 days to have those stumps removed or a fine of $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
So that's it? Just the stumps?
Just the stumps.
All right, in case CE 190400208, to make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18106K. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $50 per day may issue.
102 2000 Ware Drive, CE 190400277.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 6th, the property at 2000 Ware Drive was cited for paint, exterior, inoperative vehicle, remove all vehicles without good tags and not in working conditions, and unpaved parking. Property was posted May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 7th, 2019. Certified mail was returned June 14th, 2019. As of yesterday, I did have contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the property did come into compliance with the inoperative vehicle, unpaved parking, but the paint still remains. The owner did have paintbrushes in hand to take care of the paint, so it should be just a matter of reinspection. So taking that into consideration, the city's recommending 10 days to come into compliance or $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
You seem relatively responsive to your citations, no?
I try to get everybody the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't always work.
In the event that they didn't get the painting done, why don't we give them 14 days, because that's a little fair.
All right, sounds good.
All right, in CE 1904027, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106G. We'll give them 14 days to come to compliance or a fine in the amount of $50 per day may issue.
Number 103, 1452 42nd Street, CE 190400525.
Paul McFarland, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. On May 26th, the property at 1452 42nd Street was cited for inoperative vehicle not being stored on property without proper tag, trash can placement, and outdoor storage. Property was posted May 23rd, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 20th, 2019. Certified mail was returned June 25th. I've had no contact with the property owner. I did try to make contact yesterday. I left my business card. As of yesterday, the outdoor storage has been complied, but the trash can placement still remains and the inoperative vehicle still remains. The vehicle was originally parked on the street for months. I finally gave a call to PD to have the vehicle towed. It seems like when PD made contact, he relocated the vehicle to the property, which created the violation. Taking all that into consideration.
Why is it inoperable?
There's no tag, and that tire there is flat. It was on the street with no tag. That's what prompted me to call PD.
Okay.
Taking all that into consideration, city's recommending 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
So we're just talking about garbage can placement in an operable vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, CE 190400525, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 7434A1J and 34102B. Responded as 10 days to come into compliance, or what was the fine you were looking for, $100?
Yes.
Or a fine of $100 per day, may issue.
Number 104, 242 Rena Drive, CE 190400535.
Paul McFarland, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. On April 27th, the property at 242 Werner Drive was cited for clean and sanitary, excessive growth, swell maintenance, address characters, and repair of fence. Property was posted May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent April 29th, 2019. Certified mail was returned May 13th, 2019. I've had no contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the property was cut, but it has overgrown again because it's not being maintained by the owner. The fence has not been repaired. There's still no address characters on the property, on the structure, visible from the street. Taking that into consideration, city's recommending 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day to run until compliance is achieved.
So we got overgrown grass, excessive weeds. I can see both of those.
Mm-hmm.
No numbers. And then you need to cut the grass on the swale.
Yep.
What's the issue with the fence?
Let it roll again. The piece that fell down, they didn't put a fence back in there. What they proceeded to do was just slide a piece of plywood across there. That is not a fence. There's a piece of plywood.
Well, they might need a little more time on that fence than 10 days, do you think?
I highly doubt it. This is a problem property. I've ran fines on it previously. I'm looking to run fines again because the owner refuses to maintain the property and he refuses to make contact with me.
Fair enough. In case CE 190405535, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106A, 18106B, 786, 7894C, and 94302A4. You believe all those things can be corrected within 10 days?
Certainly. It's just a matter of getting a piece of fencing from Home Depot and putting it in it. And address characters and cutting the grass. It's a simple fix.
All right. So,
nothing major.
I give them 10 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day, Mayor.
Number 105, 4001 North Shore Drive, CE 190400538.
Which one? Repeat the address.
4001 North Shore.
Paul McFarland with the City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Office. On April 27th, the property at 4001 North Shore Drive was cited for obstruction of right-of-way, blocking the sidewalk, unpaved parking. Property was posted May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent April 29th, 2019. Certified mail was received May 2nd, 2019. I did have conversations with it's actually a church, and I did have contact with one of their representatives, and I also did go to the property and speak to the secretary. So they're aware of the violations, but what's happening, it's a reoccurring violation. So taking that into consideration, the city's recommending a finding of fact.
So what's going on here? People are just parking on the grass when they go to church?
What it is whenever the church has a function, I mean, the overflow of traffic there, they tend to park on the field, in the swale, across the sidewalk. I did mention to the representative that they can always pull a permit and pave that grassy knoll that everyone wants to park. He said he would look into that, and nothing has occurred, but it seems like every other Saturday, it's a mess there. And the residents are complaining. I mean, I've tried every attempt that I can do to get this cured, so the best course of action is the finding of fact, and then if it occurs, we start fines immediately.
All right, in case CE 1904053, and I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property having been in violation of 70-8-1 and 94482A.
Number 107 is complied. 220 Walton Boulevard, CE 190500023. Number 108401 Superior Place, CE 190500155.
Good afternoon. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 8th, the property at 401 Superior Place was cited for unsanitary conditions, overgrowth, trash can placement, swell maintenance, sod required in swell area. Property was posted May 21st, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 8th, 2019. Certified mail was signed for May 13th, 2018. I've had no contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the unsanitary conditions remain, the excessive growth remain, the trash can placement has been complied, the swell maintenance remains, the sodding of lawn remains, and the sodding of swale remains. Taking that into consideration, City is recommending 30 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
What's the clean and sanitary issue?
for the overgrowth that's on the side of the home.
Is there trash and debris on the property?
At the time of inspection, but it's been
Yeah, I can see
cleaned
it.
up.
I see it in the front.
Right, so,
I see the excessive growth. Where's the garbage can?
excuse me?
Where's the garbage can? Oh, there.
It was there, yeah, but it's no longer there now.
And I can see the sod issue. Okay. KCE 1905055, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day issue.
Number 109506 Superior Place, CE 19050-156.
Repeat the address?
506 Superior.
Paul McFarland, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. On May 7th, the property at 506 Superior Place was cited for landscape maintenance of swale, sod required, unpaved parking, remove vehicles parked on grass, and outdoor storage. The property was posted May 21st, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 8th, 2019. Certified mail was returned June 11th. I have no contact with the property owner. I did make contact with a young lady at time of posting, and I did encourage her to have the property owner reach out to me and give me a call. That was not attempted. As of yesterday, the property is in compliance with the outdoor storage, but the sodding of the swale and the unpaved parking still remains. Taking that into consideration, city is recommending 30 days to come into compliance or $100 a day till compliance is achieved.
All right, KCE 19050-156, I make the following findings of fact and law. I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 94442E and 94442A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 1104010 North Shore Drive, CE 19050-171.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 7th, the property at 4010 North Shore Drive was cited for inoperative vehicle. Remove all vehicles being stored on property without tags and unpaved parking. The property was posted May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 8th, 2019. Certified mail was signed for May 10th, 2019. I've had no contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, I tried to make a last attempt to make contact. No one answered the door. At that time, the violation for unpaved parking was cured, but the inoperative vehicle with no tag still remains. Taking that into consideration, city is recommending 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
So it's just the inoperable vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, in CE 19050-171, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of code section 34102B. Respondent has 10 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Number 11425 Huron Place, CE 19050-241.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 10th, the property at 425 Huron Place was cited for landscape maintenance, grass and disrepair due to parking on sod, unpaved parking. Property was posted May 21st, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 13th, 2019. Certified mail was returned May 15th, 2019. I had no contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the unpaved parking has been complied, but the sod has not been addressed. So taking that into consideration, city's recommending 30 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
The sod that was just basically disturbed by the car parking, is that it?
Yeah, where the car was constantly being parked, the grass has died. They have made no attempt to at least lay some sod. I mean, it's still there with the dirt bearing.
All right, in case CE 190502141, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106K, the respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Number 112, 3716 Miller Avenue, CE 1905029.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Paul McFarland. The property at 3716 Miller Avenue was cited for rental license and certificate of use. This is a renewal. It has expired. The property was posted June 20th, 2016. Certified mail was sent May 15th. Certified mail was signed for May 16th. I made several attempts to reach out to this property owner just to make payment and get this squared away. By the activity at the property, it does seem to be still being rented. I have no evidence to reboot that. Taking that into consideration, this is a renewal. So city's recommending 10 days to come into compliance or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
And this property is still occupied?
Say that again?
The property is still occupied by the tenant?
Yes, it's still being rented.
In case CE 190502990, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, find the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Responded has 10 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Number 113 is complied, 2036 Echo Lake Drive, CE 1905029. Number 114, 315 Elaine Circle West, CE 1905003.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 15th, the property at 315 Elaine Circle West was cited for inoperative vehicle. Vehicles cannot be parked on property without tags and unpaved parking. Property was posted May 16th, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 15th, 2019. Certified mail was signed for May 16th, 2019. I had no contact with the property owner. The property did not come into compliance in the time allotted, taking that into consideration. It is in compliance now. So city's recommending a finding of fact. This is a recurring violation with this property. I've had conversations with the property owner in the same regards to the violations that were cited, and he's well aware that these are violations, but it seems to continue every 3 months. So that's why I'm recommending the finding of fact.
All right, CE 190500303, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, or the property was in violation but has since come into compliance but after the required compliance date for 34102B and 9442A.
Number 116, 500 Columbia Drive, CE 1905046.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 21st, the property at 500 Columbia Drive was cited for tree trimming standards, trees improperly trimmed on west side of property, and hat racking prohibited. Property was posted May 24th, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 23rd, 2019. Certified mail was signed for May 24th, 2019. I have been in contact with the property manager, and he's aware of the proceedings today, and he's aware of the findings. So that in taken into consideration. City is recommending a one-time fine of $250 for the hat racking and tree trimming standards.
Oh. They didn't just tack rack one of them, huh? They did the whole line of them.
Yeah, when I spoke to the property manager, he stated that they were having issues with rodents, so that's why they cut it in that manner. But I did let him know that it cannot be cut in that manner. So he's well aware of the fine that I'm asking for, and he's willing to take care of that.
Never, the number of companies that should know better that.
Man.
All right, in case
I had a dime.
Yeah, CE 190504446. Make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I found the property in violation of 94446 2B1 and 94446 2B3. Make further finding that said violation is irreparable in nature. I issue a one-time fine of $250.
Number 117, 300 Lyman Place, CE 190500475.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 22nd, the property at 300 Lyman Place was cited for unpaved parking. Property was posted June 3rd, 2019. Certified mail was sent May 24th, 2019. Certified mail was signed for May 28th, 2019. I did make contact with the property manager. I've had conversations with him before about this same tenant. He's playing a shell game with parking the vehicles on the grass. When he knows I'm going to come through the neighborhood, he removes it. And then there's days when he doesn't know when I'm going to come through, and it's back on the grass. So taking that into consideration, city's recommending a finding of fact on this property. I did make the property manager aware of these findings, and he's in compliance of that.
So he was parking it back on the grass even after.
I mean, he goes to what he's doing. He's repairing vehicles, and I made that aware to the property manager that he cannot do this. That activity has ceased, but he has like 3 different vehicles that just move back and forth off the grass. He puts it on the street, and he puts it back on the grass. Which I was thinking what he was doing when he's doing repairs, he'll put it on the grass. And then when he's done, he puts it back on the street. So I've talked to the property manager.
He's been parking cars on the grass beyond the required compliance date in your notice of violation.
Correct.
Okay. All right, in case CE 190500475, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property has been in violation of 94482A. That's come into compliance, but after required compliance date.
And number 118, 1737 45th Street, number B, CE 190600119.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On June 8th, the business at 1737 45th Street, Unit B, was cited for certificate of use and business tax receipt. Property was posted June 13th, 2019. Certified mail was sent June 10th, 2019. Certified mail was returned June 15th, 2019. This particular business owner has submitted an application for the business tax receipt. I've had several conversations with him on the phone and in person that he has a balance that needs to be paid and all inspections need to be completed and passed. And I would like that on the record. So taking that into consideration, city's recommending that all fees are paid and inspections completed and passed within 30 days or a one-time fine of $250.
So you want all the inspections passed?
Correct.
And fees paid. Well, doesn't he have to do that in order to get his certificate of use?
Correct, but I wanted it on the record. Pretty much I want it on the order, really.
In the order. Well, it's redundant, but I don't have any objection
I know,
to it.
but you know, the thing is, I've talked to him over and over to do the same thing.
Well, I have
So
no
a
objection.
lot of times what happens is when they get the order, that's when they know it's time to take actions. So if they see it on the order, there's no excuse.
All right. In case CE 190601119, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I found the property in violation of 2232A and 82144. I order the respondent to get all his inspections passed and his fees paid and obtain and otherwise comply with these code sections within 30 days or a one-time fine of $250.
Thanks, sir.
That completes the agenda.
Seeing no further business before us, and there is no further business, right? We are hereby adjourned.